Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning into session 7 of The Ashes of Winter. Keeping in theme of 7 being an important number in A Song of Ice and Fire, this is our season finale for Corliss Corbray, the warrior, Watt Rivers, the ranger, and Tagon, the schemer. This is our season finale.
We were just having a conversation about Robert Baratheon and his
Robert
many
Baratheon and Tom of Seven Strings.
I don't know who that is.
It's a very good reference because he hits on Sansa. So, but we're not going to get into that.
You can tell. I think you can tell. Anyway.
Okay.
Okay.
We're gonna get copyright. We're gonna calm down. And we took a little bit like a month break from this series because we were having a lot of technical issues. My computer was busted and it needed fixed. So I was hoping that there would be a little bit of the gap in between now and season 2, which is going to coincide with House of the Dragon season 3 starting. When do you think House of the Dragon season 3 starts?
2 weeks from now.
Sunday. It is Friday.
Father's Day?
So,
oh, wait.
A lot of great fathers in A Song of Ice and Fire.
Who's your favorite dad?
Ned is not an awful father, but he could have done better.
Yeah, he shouldn't have left his kids alone to lead a kingdom.
He had to grow up young, so like there's that hilarious line where Rickon won't be a kid forever, and he's 3. He's up there though. I cannot think of an incredible father. Stannis Baratheon, Robert Baratheon's brother, who you have heard referenced. I don't
Stannis
know if you even
the
know.
Manus.
You've been online.
No, I was playing CK3 and he had taken the Iron Throne and he had the moniker the Manus in CK3.
Incredible.
By doing that.
Incredible.
And that is also how I got spoiled. Spoilers, skip 5 seconds. He was a follower of R'hllor.
We love the Red God in this house. Stannis has a daughter named Shireen who has grayscale, but she's not actively dying. They were able to stop it. Just half of her face is stone. And that's his heir. And he tries to have some sons years ago. He doesn't have any. That's still his heir. And once he, quite possibly, tries to make a bid for something of power, he maintains that that's his heir, and he loves his daughter a lot. A man, as an old, angry, lonely man, he loves his daughter. So very good in A Song of Ice and Fire. Specifically, it was why that's Stannis is up there for. There's a lot of sad theories about how he might not be a good dad with some evidence, but that sounds really bad. It's not like Tom and Seven Strings. He might just do something. Okay.
I don't know who my favorite father would be.
It's like a basic answer, but Ned might be the best example.
Aegon, unlikely.
Which one?
Oh, not the unworthy.
Yeah.
Similar, based on
very similar to Ned, that he could have done better, but if it comes from a place of love and effort, could have done better.
The worst thing that he's done is allow Jaehaerys to allow Aerys to do his shit.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't think he was alive when Aerys was doing his shit, but he should not have let Jaehaerys wed Shaera, his sister, and have Aerys. A lot of those bad actions were based of love. He let his heir Duncan the Small wed a commoner and throw away the throne. Positive thing to do that. Possibly. He let Jaehaerys wed his sister Shaera because they thought it was love. Yeah. But regardless of that, like I said earlier, Corlys Corbray, currently only living member of House Corbray after your father Creighton Corbray fought in the Blackfire Rebellion and was executed. Trying to get your lands back, very close to getting your lands back. From Jasper Aaron, father of John Aaron, who you saved as a boy. He's like 17 right now, younger than that, 14, 15, 16. Watt Rivers, bastard son of Lord Samwell Smallwood, all of Samwell's actual children. You are his actual child. All of Samwell's heirs, legal, are dead. So you are his favorite heir currently. And Tagon, bastard son of Aerion Targaryen, currently in King's Landing, helping investigate ongoings. Currently, it looks like Baratheons are attacking you.
Yeah. Currently.
There's been a lot of evidence that seems to be planted to that Lionel Baratheon is attempting to start a rebellion against Aegon. You don't know who the party is, but you have a very likely theory. And people in Baratheon Garb are attacking you. Last we left Tagon, he has a hole in his side from getting punctured. But Grand Maester Hobart, who serves King Aegon V, is currently patching you up. Aegon the Fifth being King Egg from A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, the little bald boy. It is 235 AC. That show takes place in 209 AC, so it is approximately 26 years later, and he is king. Duncan is on his king guard.
Can you explain to me the etymology of the name Hobart?
Hobart. There is a Hobart in A Song of Ice and Fire. I copied and I pasted. Hobart Hightower.
The Hightowers are important.
Less so now, but they were very important. House of the Dragon, Dance of the Dragons. There's Team Black and Team Green. Team Green are the Hightowers. Half of the Dance of the Dragons, the biggest civil war in Westeros history, is the Hightowers. A Hightower married a Targaryen. So they're Targaryens, but their mother's a Hightower versus the Targaryens that are full bred, so to speak. So yeah, if you're excited for House of the Dragon Season 3, tune into that Sunday. And next week, we probably will not have a session of the Ashes of Winter. The Ashes of Winter will actually be over today. A different name will be the sequel season. I don't want to say what it is until the end of the session because it's a tiny bit of a spoiler. You won't realize what it is, so don't worry.
Okay.
You might.
I'm scared.
Don't be.
Today in the Discord, I texted somebody and I said, I'm afraid of what this man will do to me. And that is currently how I'm still feeling.
I'm excited. Tuesday, 4:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, we're streaming next session of our Dungeons and Dragons campaign, the Coral Council. Very exciting stuff going on there. And then next week, instead of having a Ashes of Winter or a Song of Ice and Fire TTRPG session, we will probably have a Dark Tether session, our superhero campaign where you're playing.
So much fun.
Incredible. A lot of fun stuff going on there as well. You play
Dominic Novikov.
Yes, who is a
bonded
is his class.
Biological symbiote.
I think that's it. You're Venom, but if Venom instead of it was black ink was flesh. And you
symbiotic entity.
You have Nick, an alien in your head. A lot of fun role playing there. But yeah, join our Discord. It should be in the description. And you can find it later on YouTube. This YouTube video will be posted right after. I think that's it for our preparation. So.
What am I doing? I guessed Watt was going to be my first character for today.
You guessed Watt was going to be your first character.
And he's going to tell me I need to open up a script, is what the answer is actually going to be.
You would be correct. Can you please pull up Session 7, Scene 1? As I transition, I do a little this. I do a little this. I do boom, boom. You ain't never seen someone this professional. You ain't never seen someone.
What if I did like a really cringe like baby accent for what you're about to have me read?
This character is 10. They are not an infant. You do whatever you feel you need to do. As a large building overlooks a harbor. The sound of Lys, gulls crying overhead, merchants shouting in the street below, music drifting from a nearby courtyard are all drowned out by an entourage leaving. The soldiers, dressed in reds and blacks, carrying a banner of red, a three-headed dragon on black cloth. Aerion Targaryen shouts in jubilation at his freedom. A woman sits by an open window watching the ship set sail. She embroiders black thread into a length of bright red silk. He is gone, my sweet. A young boy pokes his head out from behind a curtain.
Is he, Mama?
She laughs and turns, waving him over. The boy creeps out further, exposing himself now. He is short, thin, and is pale of hair.
And he's staying there?
So I've been told.
He won't come back tomorrow or next moon?
She laughs softly, setting her embroidery aside. I cannot swear, but I can promise that if he does return, you will not face him, just like the past decade. He climbs onto the cushioned bench beside her.
What was he like?
Aerion? She looks out toward the sea, then to Taegon's face, reminiscent of his father's. Beautiful. Taegon looks disappointed.
That's boring. Is he a knight? I've heard stories of Westerosi knights.
Yes.
A good one?
He is an incredible swordsman.
Better than the sellswords?
Much better.
Is that why everyone was afraid of him?
Megora reaches over and brushes a lock of white hair from his forehead. Strength and purity are not the same thing.
Oh.
They sit there. After a long silence, he asks quietly,
Did he hate me?
Megora's heart twists, and her face is stricken. No, never that. Outside, a ship's bells ring across the harbor. Megora takes his small hand in hers. Because he was cruel.
Just because? He is letting the dogs out of the room.
Apologies?
They were going insane
I
in the
don't
corner.
know. Some people hurt others because they're angry. Some because they are afraid, and some because they enjoy having power over those who cannot fight back, whether it be lover or enemy. His eyes lower, and she squeezes his hand. But none of those things were your fault.
Not even when I made mistakes?
Not even then. He stares at their joined hands.
Did he ever love you?
What an awful question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
For what? It was a difficult question with a very complicated answer.
What does that mean?
It means your mother was young and foolish.
You? I don't believe that.
You should. Tagon leans against her shoulder, and for a while neither speaks. You know when you see a frightened cat, you try to feed it. He shrugs.
It's hungry.
When servants cry, you ask what's wrong.
They're sad.
You apologize when you've done something foolish.
Most of the time.
Tenfold more than your father ever did. The harbor breeze drifts through the window.
So I don't have to hide anymore?
No.
I can go to the market? The harbor?
Yes.
Can I tell people my name?
Yes, my sweet boy. Tagon grins. Outside, the sun glimmers on the waters of the summer sea, and inside, for the first time in his life, a boy sits openly by a window without fear of being seen, and his mother finds herself watching him instead of the door, a freedom she had nearly forgotten existed. So, what? Can I please get a perception check?
I knew it.
You are correct. I did not recall.
Set perception.
Correct.
17.
A 17. You. I'll be right back. I'm just going to open the door so they can come in here freely if they would wish. They are running around. Slightly enraging. So, Watt, you are in an infirmary. Infirmary of sorts. As you look around, you got a 17 on your perception check.
Yeah.
You look around. Last thing you recall, you were coming out of the woodworks to see Corliss being held by 10 men back as Lord Benifer Blackwood was on his back, touching his face. You attempted to approach as he got dragged away, but a guard shoves you back and ordered you to the infirmary, saying that someone would be with you soon, and you were kind of escorted in there. What sustain any injuries?
He is at 33 of 41.
I
so
believe
not really.
He got battered slightly. So a woman comes in, a short woman, probably 5'2" or 5'3", around your age, with straight black hair. She has very flat, dark hair. She goes, I will be caring for you this evening, sir. Our Meister passed during the winter, and I have been the replacement. Please take a seat. And she approaches with like a bucket and a rag and things of that nature.
It's no problem.
They call me Black Lily, Lily Finn. I killed the first couple men I worked on. So good luck. And she begins taking her things.
And then I am, from the little knowledge I have of medicine, I'm going to be like watching her and seeing if I notice her doing anything
Cool.
wrong.
So you're making a medicine check?
Yes.
Cool.
Intellect?
Correct.
17.
17. So she begins, gets a bucket of water. It seems very clean. Gets a cloth that does not seem dirty, new, and she begins touching it at your eye and wiping away, wincing from a bruise you took during the combat. Um, her movements seem methodical, so you assume that there is a level of training there that you feel comfortable with. Um, did you sustain any body wounds? Do you need to take your clothes off so I can examine you better?
No, I'm fine.
Are you sure?
You said you killed your first few men you worked on. How long have you been doing this?
4 years or so.
You
The
don't
name
need to
sticks,
mention
though.
that.
That's a good point. That's yes.
You did just fine.
Thank you. You're a very brave man. For being here. I know who you are. I've heard of you. You did not need to come up here. Thank you very much.
It's no problem. I owed someone a head.
I just finished healing Adam as well. He sustained a little injury. Both of you are very brave men. If you stuck around here, you both could probably find a wife to take. And
Maybe. That's not really currently what I'm worried about, but I appreciate that. Do you know where he is by chance?
yeah, I believe he was seeking out food for consumption, so he should be in our dinner hall.
Well, that's usually what food is for.
Yes. Do you
Are
need
you
anything else?
okay?
Just rather nervous. I've never dealt with anything on this scale before.
It's all right. I can assist you if you'd like.
If you wouldn't mind, yeah, I need to inspect a burnt a stub next.
I'll come with you.
Yeah, so you two make your way to a man that you recognize. You burnt this stub. One of Blackwood's sons had his arm cut off, and you stuck it to a cauldron, if you recall.
Oh, yes. That's my handiwork. He had already had it cut off. I soldered the not soldered. It would be he wouldn't know that word. I
Smelted.
I stopped the bleeding.
Okay, and then she begins taking off the some of the wrappings to reveal like a pussy end. Do you recall what you smelted his end with?
I believe it was a brazier in the corner of a room of the room.
Okay. Is this intentional deception? It was a cauldron.
It was specifically a cauldron. Why
Yeah.
a cauldron with fire in it?
Yeah. Actively cooking. He was getting food.
Oh,
Yeah.
it was a cauldron.
Okay. Okay. Uh,
When a man is bleeding out, you
yes,
do
of
what
course.
you
Um,
can.
he's stirring slightly. I suppose just would you mind assisting me by holding him down?
Absolutely.
And she brings out some metal tools to dig out that pus. You can use your wisdom modifier instead of strength for this if you'd like, because you are, what you said, medicine, accurately attempting to shove him down.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll do that then.
It's better, so I was going to say, you can do it with strength if you would like.
16.
16? Yeah, you're able to hold him as he begins, and you just shove that down. Lyanna Royce is being escorted by Baelish. Um, she's sitting in her riding clothes, her leathers, fiddling with her gloves nervously as he comes in, scarfing down a piece of bread and hands her one. They seem to be inside the walls of the Eyrie. Um, they walk and she asks him some questions. Is he here? Where are we going? And he goes, just follow me. And he brings her inside a room, enters the room, locks the door, and kind of sits her down on the bed as he takes a moment. He is not here now. I've been informed that he rode to the Riverlands to assist. I assume he should be back soon. She nods. Assist in what? I do not want to make any claims, but there have been rumors of Ironborn Reavers in the Riverlands tearing it up. And she goes, and he rode to fight them? Yes. Oh. Um. You should rest. The ride has been very long. I would recommend you get some sleep. I'll make sure no one bothers you. Thank you. He gets up, opens the door. He tells her, make sure you lock this back. and closes, and she sits there waiting a moment, takes her gloves off, kind of takes an overcoat off, checks her boots, and a dagger is still slipped in there. She's makes sure it's latched in, puts her boot back down, and then she opens the door and exits. Hobart, Tagon, you fuck are getting just wrapping put around you. It was your wound was inspected using a like kind of rib spreader type device to look inside you. I don't see any scarring upon any organs. You begin getting stitched back shut by Hobart as Duncan kind of has you in a form of headlock as you're just thrashing against it. You heal an incredibly large amount. I'm being sarcastic. You get healed 1 hit point.
Thanks.
Um,
Plus my con?
no. So you get healed 1 hit point. Um, after a few minutes and some guards have been running around, you get finished and Duncan goes, he's okay to move now, right? And Hopper goes, he is healed, but those stitches could tear easy. You could receive grave injury to your body if you continue moving. And Duncan just kind of sits next to you waiting.
It's fine. And he's just going to push himself up.
And Duncan, and you guys set off, give me perception checks as you try to track down Rob Rain, a knight in service to Gerald Lannister who attacked you while wearing Baratheon garb in seemingly a plain attempt to frame the Baratheons.
Before
He also rendered your sister unconscious. You are actively leaving her right now, but there are some guards next to her. He did not render her unconscious, but the man next to him did by throwing her against the table and she fell.
I'm going to quickly can I quickly make a pit stop to my room?
Sure. Yeah, it's in a separate direction. So as you begin moving, Duncan's like, "Oh, where are you heading?"
There was a sword in here that I need something other than what I have.
Just follow the sounds of fucking. And he just runs off. His heavy footsteps. Sir Duncan the Tall runs off. You open the door. You're looking for a bright roar.
Yes, the sword.
You are able to find it just on the ground. You pick it up very light. It's a Valyrian steel sword. It has the same stats as Corliss's Valyrian steel sword, his ancestral sword, Lady Forlorn.
I just do not have weapon proficiency in it, so
you won't add your prof, but you will add your dex. And then you run off. Give me an additional perception check as you are running through the halls.
I'll need to look at what the stat modifier is for that. I'm copying down Lady Forlorn.
Okay, fine. 17. That's more than enough. You are able to find the sounds of violence, and you come out to see that Duncan has one Baratheon soldier. Seemingly,
it's not 17. It's 15.
Okay. Oh.
That was a 13.
Okay, I thought it was a 17 on just the roll.
Oh,
Thank you. You fucking. So, yeah. It seemed at first there was only 5-10 Baratheon men. You come in this room and you see 5 new ones alone. Seemingly, there are 20 or so men in here. Your chief suspect is Gerald Lannister, and you know for a fact that he has at least 100 men in his retinue. There's quite a lot of souls in service to the different lords in King's Landing. In the Red Keep specifically. You come on. Duncan is strangling one guy with an arm in front of him. His sword's on the ground, and he has one man on his back choking him out. And there's a couple other in the room that are like adding away. That one man choking him has his back to you.
I'm gonna go up and just try and stab at him from the side, not to poke through him.
Give me yes, I was gonna say, give me an attack roll with advantage.
And I add my agility to this, right?
Correct. So dexterity earlier. It 14. Is in fact agility.
14.
That does beat his armor class. Please give me damage. As you come in and as he's choking, you just kind of come from the side and stick it straight through him as it protrudes several feet, and his body begins to weaken.
That is 11.
That is enough. Yeah, he crumples, and Duncan turns to see you behind him, and then he kind of headbutts the guy in front of him and turns him into your sword. Give me another attack roll with advantage as Duncan kind of throws this guy at you, and you just have to lift your sword up.
14 again.
That hits. Give me damage again.
11. 17 damage.
Yeah, and this one, Duncan kind of shoves him deep down on your sword and then drops him and then picks up his sword to turn.
Jesus Christ.
Corliss, you awaken.
Oh my god.
Bound and sore. Your face injured. You have no idea how long it's been. You're clearly in a prison of some kind. You have manacles around your chest, and you're or on your arms and your feet. You're very tired because you still have your steel plate on. So the bruises, the hunger, the cold, you're clad in steel plate. Give me a perception check, please.
3.
Makes sense. What would you like to do as you are in a cell?
He's just gonna like start just pulling himself forward, repeatedly pulling himself against the chains that I assume are holding him against the wall.
Correct. You see now that as you thrash on them, there is a row of chain leading from the feet to the ground into the from the chains to the wall. Give me a strength check.
Um, that is going to be 18. 18.
18. You thrash and kind of kick your feet. Um, Even on an 18, you are able to actually on an 18. Why not? I'll throw some chaos in here. You're able to get your hands unveiled, unripped from the wall. And as you hear some walking, you're able to kind of tuck the chain up as someone sounds like they're approaching. So it's in your hands, and it's more than enough for Corliss Corbray, a very tall young man, to kill somebody with.
I'm going to stand against the wall, kind of trying to hide it against my body.
So you're like sat on a thing, and your feet are latched and your hands are latched, but it's not latched enough where they're above you. So they were just here. So if you tuck it in your hand, that is enough for you to pretend, because that's what he's just wanting to do,
Yeah.
trying to seem non
To look like
issue.
I'm still connected.
Correct. Lord Benifer Blackwood is talking to his son Roland. He sat there. Roland is, as Lily looks at his face. Roland is watching his father, making sure he's okay, and Benifer goes, "I'm fine, son. You need to find Roger and make sure he's staying safe." And Roland waves him off. "Roger's fine. We have the swords all around him. He's not going anywhere." And Black Lily here just made sure that um, Robert, Roger, Roland, and Robert. Um, Robert is. And this is. I did not make the decision, by the way. This is George special. Robert is healing just fine. The bastard helped her with it. And Roland nods and goes, or Benifer, Lord Benifer nods and goes, "That's good. I need to up though." And he gets up as Lily nods and makes her way. "I have to go find the boy. I need to apologize to him." And Roland goes, "For what? He struck you. He deserved to be beaten, chained." Um, and Benifer just kind of shows past him. "I don't refer to the chains." And now the door opens and you look up. Benifer Blackwood is there with the light coming in behind him to these dark dungeons. It is imposing. And he sits in and opens the kind of cell door situation and sits across from you, just stares at you for a moment.
I take payment in flesh or dragons. You can choose.
Are you attempting to make an intimidation check? Not to scare him like into a specific action, but I'll say, can I just get one?
That is going to be a 9.
You picked quite the man to fuck with. In a few decades, my blood will rule all Westeros through dragon and wolf and many smaller houses.
And the raven will peck out its eyes.
Why did you strike me?
I am owed something. I did not receive it.
Is this the payment you had in mind?
If this ends in a duel, sure.
Did you not have the good sense that this would be the payment you received?
I had the good sense that I wished to strike you. That went hard, come on.
He thinks for a long moment. "I killed your father. 2 decades back, I met him on the field and I cut him down. He was a very good warrior, and he gave me a token of his affection, crossed my navel with that blade. It's right outside. We gave it to Adam, one of your retinue. We have no intentions of discarding it. I would not do that. I thought it was punishment enough that your father lost his head, but Blood Raven convinced King Ares to administer a harsher punishment and gave Lord Aaron free reign, and in turn Jasper massacred your house. I hear you've done much to get it back. Thank you for saving my sons. He stands now. I'll send in someone to free you of your chains.
It's all right if you just have the key. And he's going to drop the chain on the ground. This is all I need to get out of now.
He pulls and moves slowly, not through fear, but through seeing what you'll do, and making eye contact unlocks the manacles. And then in a very subservient, humble way, he kneels before you so we can get your feet, and does them as well, and stands.
What was the last thing he said? As he's about to walk past him after both of those things are done.
Stand, and very quickly, a head taller than him, heavy armor. He has, give me a moment.
No, you're fine.
He's a head shorter than you. He has less intimidating armor. If you were to it's pick an opinion on which man is more intimidating. It is clear it is Corliss, the younger, stronger. He said a name. Rohan.
Who is Rohan?
I don't know if it's my place to tell you that. I only have theory. Many found it confusing why your father fought for the Blackfires. Rohan of Tyrosh was wife to Daemon Waters. Daemon Blackfire, the Black Dragon. My thought is that Creighton had an affection for the Black Dragon's wife. I have never said this to anybody because I do not want to give anybody the impression that he would have set aside his wife, your mother. I don't know. He said a name. A name means nothing. Perhaps I misheard.
I will not apologize for striking you. However, I hope you know I would never knowingly strike a friend of the house. Whatever favor you have done for my fathers will be good for me too. You have an ally if you need it.
As do you. Adam was left with 1,000 dragons. After I learned who you are, I felt it was earned by you. And then he begins to slowly walk out of the room, and you sit there freezing in your father's armor, split and crackened.
He is going to take it all off and just walk out in his casuals, wrapping his armor in a bed sheet. The bed sheet on whatever. Was there a bed in the room?
That could have been what you were sitting on. Probably wouldn't be a bed sheet, but you can yell at a guard, get you a wrapping, and he can do so.
Yeah, and I'll just carry it with me.
You see, Watt and Adam are attending to a guard who is holding his gut from a gentle, deep blow Adam is withstanding him as Watt finalizes helping the stitching from Lily. And Lily turns, "Oh, hello.
Hello. What, Adam, or what are you doing?
Assisting how we can until it's time to leave, my lord,"
Uh,
Adam says.
you can lose the milord. I think I'm leaving. If either of you would like to come with me, or at least join me on my section of the path, or your section of the path, you may. However, I no longer wish to be here.
Do you think Watt, through his actions in this moment, is looking for a wife here? There's more than a Lily, obviously, but there's also more than one handmaiden that is helping out, that is like giving him an eye. This is the most. Watt spent a lot of his time hunting and getting better with a bow. This is the most in public eye he has ever been, including back in the the nut house,
I think
Acorn Hall.
at the minimum, he is trying to get in good with the ruling house, the Blackwoods. At the minimum, I think he definitely is trying to make his first public appearances as a heir of Smallwood, as he said previously when he asked to lead the force going to the Blackwood place, estate. I don't know what to call it. Castle town.
So, do you think you go and bid? Make bid too?
No,
No. Okay.
I think you know what kind of man Watt is. I think he's the kind to wait for someone to come to him rather than the other way around.
Well, sure enough. Yeah. Lord Benefer, as you guys are kind of getting ready, calls Watt over. Rivers.
Yes, Lord.
Um, you've done great action today. Impressive. I fought with your father. He is an honorable man. I don't think a punishment. I don't think your life should be a punishment for a situation that was out of your control. My blood has wed the lowliest green and gold lions to the highest dragon. I know a bastard would be no issue. If you were interested, I do have daughter. That's an arrangement could be made for possibly after the winter is over.
I would bid us meet. Beyond that, I have no wish of a servant wife. She would come with me if she wills. Otherwise, I have no interest.
That's good to know.
But yes, I will send a missive.
You guys walk back as
Getting increasingly more tired because he hasn't slept in, I think, 3 days.
Benifer comes over. Stay safe. You three, you've done for me today more than I gave as a respect earlier. Corliss, you are a steeled raven, and my faith is with you. As are you, Watt, and Adam, you are an honorable knight. Have safe journey home. And you guys begin. What would the three of you, the two of you, I'm Adam, like to do as you are getting ready to go by?
Corliss and Adam, I think Watt would be inside just still talking to some people, like just working his way out. Because he would be like the main name since he's so close. Corliss, anybody who's way higher in station, of course, would probably care more about Corliss. But like of the small folk,
I agree.
Watt would be like the guy. And so Adam and Corliss would probably be getting the carts and stuff together. Not carts, but getting the horses together. Is all this worth it to you?
I don't think it's a, is this worth it? More, this makes everything worth it. I have no station to return home to. This is it helping. Corliss, now that you've regained your station, I do implore you to think about the power it holds.
What do you mean?
For lack of better explanation, a bastard and a commoner were in a lord's care, and that lord struck the king, struck the lord that we were visiting. If Benifer were a different man, we could have both lost our heads. That is not your fault. It's not anyone's fault. I can't say I wouldn't have hit him as well. You've earned this. But you are responsible for people now.
I
need no response.
I will give you one. I only wished for dominion over my name and my sword. Ever since I started this journey, I've been repeatedly confronted with the fact that you just told me. I would ask you come with me. I know I said it was up to you before, and it still is. It's clear to me that you're a smart man, smarter than I, and I implore you continue to give me advice such as this. This is the first time he sounded desperate before.
Adam seems very distraught and torn. Okay. Looking past you for a moment at Watt helping people. I'll come with you.
This means more to me than you know. I will begin writing a official position for you at my court. I don't. What would the hand of the king be to
a steward, though that might fit Baelish better. A captain of the household guard could fit Adam very well, or just a sworn sword if you have someone very important, such as your wife or your betrothed. I'll make you a big old list. You can pop them wherever you want, and I'll make you some more NPCs as too that you can.
You will be my first, no matter what. I have appreciated your help in the fights and how you speak to me.
Puts you in a very masculine hug and pats you on the back. You're used to touching other body through your steel plate and acts of violence. That this embrace of warmth on your flesh, or on through a cloak rather, almost brings tears to your eyes, perhaps. And then he goes back.
I think not Watt, Corliss would grab at him again as he starts to leave, and then kind of push him away.
I should speak with Watt.
Yes, I'll finish here.
And Watt, or he goes off to see Watt.
And Corliss in the background would be aggressively throwing things into bags and doing everything way too aggressive than what it should be done.
Watt, you are talking to Lily, who's packing you some food. That should be enough for you to get back to Acorn Hall. I believe some provisions were given to Sir Corliss, Lord Corliss, and Sir Adam.
In my mind, Watt is on one knee, putting some stuff together, and she's standing next to him.
The only way for her to be taller than you, looking over you. Let me know if there's anything else you would like.
Yes. Could you hand me that over there?
Grabbing a spare dagger that you have one of many, handing it to you.
And then she's gonna Watt's gonna take it and grab it with one hand and kind of just and then put it into his bag. I've appreciated your help and helping you.
Yes.
I'm gonna insight.
Yep.
7.
7. She is clearly withholding something that she wants to say but is very afraid to.
Can I make a perception check knowing that on my insight to look at her face?
Sure.
Perception check specifically. Plus 4, 14. What are the details of her face?
She keeps trying to like look at you quickly, but then looking away, and her cheeks are a little reddened. And she keeps averting eye contact quickly.
Is there something you wish to speak of?
I simply had thoughts that you are a very pretty man. But I am aware that Lord Blackwood has made you an offer. So if that is everything,
Acorn Hall's gates are always open to my friends and everyone in between. And it's just going to then ignore her and continue.
Perhaps after the winter is over, I can come and bid my service to Lord Samwell. The Maesters Guild has a name. Should send a new maester to Lord Blackwood by then. The Citadel. The Citadel should send Lord Blackwood a new maester by then. So I could bid my service to Lord Sam.
Your company at Acorn Hall would be most wonderful.
She kind of curtsies and walks off, like putting her cool hands to her face. Adam comes up to you. What? There's something I need to talk to you about.
Yes. What's going on? What's up, Adam?
What is the matter? It might be a. What's up? What's going on?
What is your quarry?
What is thine quarry? I've been thinking about. They've been stressful and chaotic, but I've enjoyed these past few days of travel with you and the good I've put into the realm. And I've been thinking about the opportunity. Which opportunities are before me in which I can do that the most? Corliss made me an offer, and I will be a member of his household guard, at the least. I plan to ride to the Eyrie with him.
And this is what you want?
Yes.
Then you ride for him well. And you never stop.
Yes.
You're a good fighter, a good soldier, a good man. I could not have thought anyone better to run across fighting 8 Reavers at once. I'm embellishing the story.
I hope it doesn't happen again, but
7 Reavers at once.
I never put that together in the Seven Kingdoms. When the same thing happens, he goes 7 strikes, and he goes, it was 4. When Dunk talks to
Lionel.
No, fucking.
Who was it?
The
one-eyed guy?
No, the brown one. He's not brown, but he's supposed to be.
Oh,
Not Magor.
Makar.
Makar's brother, Baelor, breaks spear. He's talking to Baelor, and he goes, it was 7 lances. Baelor goes, actually, it was 4. Same thing.
But backwards.
Yes.
I know, you're right.
I hope we never have to fight alongside again, but I envy the day that we might.
At the minimum, tourney I will see you at.
I envy that.
I promise I will best you.
Depends. In the melee, possibly, but I don't think I've seen you joust before.
You have not.
Okay. Do you plan to ride out with us, or are you riding to Acorn Hall by yourself?
I will join you both for one last ride. Maybe we'll run into a bandit crew or something.
The two of you make your way to those horses. They'll cold hitting your face, putting your hoods up. Corliss kind of awkwardly looks between you two and then mounts his horse.
And Watt is going to turn to Corliss and say, "So you mean to take my best man?"
He's your man. I did not know of this. Well,
I
Adam
was the one who found him, the one who ran across him, but
found him. I don't know if he would appreciate that.
and he is going to turn to Adam a little bit and go, "You'll be taken care of well," and then continue riding.
Corliss kind of laughs, realizing that he might have over-aggressed to overcompensate, and the three horses, as some ravens, turn and watch them leave.
I think of Watt as very Baylor now that like I put those two characters in the same like area in my head.
I like that.
And in terms of speaking, I don't
Ye-
maybe not in like what they do, whether
Mhm.
like anything else, but like tone of voice and mannerisms.
I agree. I like that a lot. Yes. So, Tagon, give me a. What are you doing? You and Dunk are each facing a man. I will be right back. You can probably guess why. Brother,
Dogs are barking if the mics aren't picking it up.
back down. So, were you talking to me?
Clearly not.
You will sit with me now.
They were talking to each other.
I possess a creature.
I don't
They
like
were
the
not
way you
talking
said
to
that.
each other. Gus does not speak. But Charlie
Oh,
does.
because he's deaf.
We have a dog that is probably 85% deaf. Gus does. I have never heard a sound out of Gus. This is Charlie.
I
Please
don't know if
laugh,
that's
but
true. I feel like we've heard him. Am I going? I'm probably going crazy.
I can't think of anything. What would you? So what for? Why? So now you're just barking like out. You know what? I set you on table.
He doesn't like the smell of the fruit snacks.
Perhaps. So what would you? What would you?
I am going to attempt to.
Big voice.
I'm gonna cut out his legs.
Cool. So definitely using agility. Can I get an attack roll out of you?
That is going to be a 10.
A 10. So in King's Landing, that does not hit his armor class, and he does in fact hit your armor class. So you take 6 points of bludgeoning damage as you go to sweep, and he like sidesteps and hits you in the side with a mace, or rather a hammer that just drops you down, and you kind of turn. What would you like to do now?
I'm gonna go for the same spot.
Give me another attack roll. As brother Charlie, I give you freedom and you betray me.
6.
I give you freedom and you betray me. So you go to swing at his leg and he sidesteps and hits you and you drop down. Then you try to stab at his leg now and he once again slides to the side. Can you remind me of your armor class?
11. He beats it.
You take 4 points of damage now as you get hit in the head and get slammed back. You're covered in blood now. What would you like to do?
I'm going to the same spot again.
Cool.
He just repeatedly keeps getting back up, or from the ground keeps going for the same part of the calf, I would think.
Because Tagon's not a very good fighter, and has experience as a fighter. So I think it makes sense that if he hyper focuses on one area to target, so to speak.
16.
16. That beats his armor class. Kill this motherfucker.
He's just gonna take a swipe at his leg, and then I think Dunk is gonna actually kill him.
Well, it depends. Big fucking. You hit him. So roll damage.
Yeah.
So you're a Valyrian steel sword, brother. Look at you.
8
There's a dog
damage.
there. 8 damage. Very good. Look at that young man.
Hello.
Fantastic.
Is that Dunk?
8 does not kill him successfully. But so you sweep at his leg. He sidesteps, hits you in the side. You drop. You go to stab, and he punk hits you in the head, and you fly back. As he approaches you, you spin and cut his leg off. At the knee as he drops, and now he's writhing on the ground in pain. He's gonna make an attack at you with disadvantage, and he just slams out the ground, and you're above him now.
I'm just gonna start like thwacking at his head. Just like, like
Give me an
as
attack
far
roll with
away as I
advantage
can.
due to him being prone.
Natural 20. A unnatural 20.
So you kill this man. He's like writhing in the ground. And you kind of step on his mace hand and just you begin the process of you think you need to do it, but you just sink into his head down to his jaw, split his face open. His body crumbles and blood starts flowing out. And you turn, and Duncan has his sword through a man, lifting him into the sky. And or into the roof and yanks it down, and that body falls and gets cut in half as he turns and whips around.
Is that all needed?
You're believe. We have to go. And give me another perception check as the duo, the dream team, Batman and Robin, move on.
The dream team is wild. Hey, what did you say?
A perception check.
That is going to be a 1, unnatural.
So the blood leaking in your face has made it very difficult for you to see as you keep wiping it. And he stops you, goes, I don't recognize them. And you wiped up your blood to see 2 Kingsguard in front of you. Unmask yourself! And they kind of don't, and then look between each other. Go. Find whoever you can. Find Rob. And he kind of shoves you down a hallway as he goes down the hallway and begin. Give me another perception check, please, as you're looking for what? No, Rob. One-eyed Rob, after you punched his eye out last time, thumbed it out.
Another perception 3.
You stumble, and you eventually don't see a staircase, and you roll down it. And as you slam into the ground, we got to Lana peacefully reading in the library. Sat reading at a table, going through books until she gets grabbed from behind. She punches behind her, and there's a male grunt, and she pulls her dagger out. And her wrist with her dagger gets grabbed and slammed into the table for her to drop it, and she gets slapped across the face and thrown into the chair. And she turns to see Baelish over her. If you mean to protest, you can do it in a less violent manner. You could have done it before I drug your sorry ass up the mountains. You know I have no room to deny my father or Lord Paramount. As don't I. But I also know that there are a million men you can marry that would be worse than that boy, and you do not need to pull dagger on anybody. And she kind of averts her eyes. He picks up the dagger, hands it back to you. Come, I suppose I must lock you in the room. And he drags her away. Please open up Session 7, Scene 2. As we come to a younger perspective of that great man.
Great boy is what he said.
Great boy in this instance.
Boy.
On the precipice of becoming a boy or a man.
Only fire! Only fire when I say to fire.
The Vale of Erin is calm before the winter, less terrible. A yard behind an old tower is little more than packed dirt and stubborn weeds. Rain from the night before left the ground soft beneath Corliss's boots, each step sinking slightly as he approaches a treading post, breathing heavy from the effort. The plate is quite too big for the boy. Maybe 10 and 3 he is. He heaves up an arming sword and braces. Again, Baelish says. Less gray in his beard than now. The old man watches him from a bench eating an apple. Corliss swings the sword at the straw dummy before him. Harder. The stronger you are, the more like a butter knife Lady Forlorn would feel when she is in your grasp. Another strike, then another. The impacts echo through the yard. Corliss's arms sag. You're dropping your guard.
I see not the point. I will never wield my father's sword. Jasper will never return it. It was probably sold years ago.
Lord, Jasper has shown me it. I haven't seen it with mine own 2 eyes. I have seen it with my own 2 eyes. Fix your feet. The sword isn't a wood axe, lad. Corliss bites back a comment. He strikes again. By the 20th strike, his breathing is very ragged. By the 30th, his hands burn, and by the 40th, his shoulders feel aflame. When he finally lowers the blade, gasping, Baelish rises and comes over. Better.
Better?
You didn't fall over. Corliss plants the sword in the dirt and leans on it.
How long did it take my father
to become a knight? He was knighted at 10 and 7 by Donal Aaron, father to Jasper. He was terrifying in the field.
You never really told me much of him in the field.
The field is where he died. I don't like to think of it. They sit in that quiet for a moment.
I'll get stronger.
I know, boy.
And then I'll take back what's ours.
You will earn it back. Do you know what the easiest part of being a knight is? The fighting, the killing, and the bleeding. Baelish gestures towards the dummy. That thing doesn't lie to you. It doesn't bargain, it doesn't beg, it doesn't offer friendship one day and betrayal the next.
I don't understand.
No? The Old Knight takes the sword from Corliss's hands. A sword is simple. You swing it or you don't. Baelish walks to the dummy and cuts the head off of it, sending hay flying up. He drops the blade and turns back, tapping his own dimple. The day will come when the right choice and the easy choice are not the same thing.
I don't want easy.
Every boy says that at the cusp of manhood, but you may mean it. He kicks the sword at Corliss's feet. One day someone will offer you a shortcut to what you want. They'll tell you that honor is for fools, that mercy is weakness, that loyalty can be bought, that promises don't matter, that words are wind, and the dangerous thing is they'll sometimes be right. Dishonorable men often win, but you have to learn that honor first to become a villain, if that be your choice. Swing. Corliss nods, rushing forward to seize the sword. If all I teach you is how to kill men, then I failed your father. You need to decide which battles are worth fighting. Now, another 50 strikes. Corliss obeys and Baelish grins. Good lad. And as we hear that rhythmic slamming of the sword into the hay, we cut to Tagon again. He comes into a room, stumbling from that injury. Give me a perception check.
That is going to be. Sorry, 9.
A 9. You come in and you wipe the blood just to see 3 figures standing before you, kind of in silence for a moment as they turn to you.
Come on, then. And he's just gonna start like swinging his sword wildly, not like actually knowing what he's doing.
Do you want to use the reckless barbarian feature where you roll advantage and they roll advantage? Sure, cool. You hear Rob's voice go, "Wait, no!" And you see someone rush forward.
That's 12.
That does hit this individual. Can I please get damage out of you?
7.
So you see a figure rushes at you with a dagger, and you slice up their chest, and they drop to the ground. They do stick you in the shoulder, and you take 3 points of piercing damage. But now you're able to turn. Rob is being held back by a man, and he goes, "Wait!" And he goes, "You're injured, sir." And he kind of gets shoved by the guy holding him back as the other man on the ground grunts in pain. "Flee from here!" And that man turns to you, and you see him swing a sword at you. Do you want to use the reckless feature again?
Yes.
Okay.
I think he is so blinded by his blood that this is his only option to maybe win.
Mm-hmm.
Like if he tried right now, he would make the wrong move, too slow, too whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You say advantage. Okay.
Correct.
That is going to be a 7.
A 7. A 7 does not beat it as you feel yourself get choked out by this figure. He went wide to dodge your sword, and then he has you by the neck, and he's just currently choking you. Why couldn't you just leave shit alone?
I am going to. Can I make? Can I make a? You can tell me whatever check I need to make for this, because I do think it would be some kind of a mentality check, because this is almost out of character for what.
Tag.
Tag.
Okay,
Oh my
you're
god.
fine.
But he's going to attempt to take the sword and drive it through him to hit the guy behind him.
What's your wisdom modifier?
-1.
I'll say give me a wisdom check. You do not want to fail. Because I think you're asking me, like, I want to roll high to see if I could do the lower you roll, the more you will realize how bad this idea, or the higher you roll, the more you will realize how bad this idea is. So you want to get high on this to realize you shouldn't do it.
I think that makes sense. He thinks about it for a second.
I think that makes sense.
2.
So you're still attempting to make a strike. So now roll an attack with disadvantage. As you're like, I could just fucking kill this guy right behind me. I'll give you an attack roll with disadvantage due to being grappled.
I got 15 both times. That is going to be a 17 to hit.
That beats your armor class. Thank fucking God.
If it missed him.
You begin to do that, and he goes, "Wait, what are you?" And you feel someone grab at your hand, and you assume it's that figure on the ground. What would you like to do? As there's a figure in front of you, a figure choking you. You have the sword at your gut, and it's just kind of barely stopping you. For two hands are pulling on your arm.
With the other hand not holding the sword, he is going to rip his money purse off of his belt and just throw it at the guy at the ground and continue trying to drive the sword through himself.
So there's a guy in front of you grabbing you. There might still be a guy on the ground if it's not the same guy, and there's a guy
Whoever's
behind
grabbing
you.
my arm, I want to
Okay.
throw my money purse at him.
Give me you want to throw it or you want to slam it?
Slap it.
Slam it
If
would make
that's
more
possible. I
sense,
thought he
but
was
you can
too
use
far.
Dex. Well, he's grabbing you. You can use Dex to do this. Coin purse is a finesse weapon. Pocket coin.
Okay.
Dex, and I'll say
I have an inspiration. I'm using it.
okay.
Because I don't think there's a reason I should have advantage. I think there's more reason for me to have disadvantage in this moment.
I can give you a disadvantage because you're not really restrained. You're just going like that.
6.
So you do go to swing, and you hear a feminine duck behind it, and let go of your arm, and a figure falls in front of you as your coin purse goes wide, and it sounds like a young girl's voice. Can I get opposed athletics for the grapple, please?
Natural 20.
You're able to break free. You do not have disadvantage just to break the grapple. So yeah, you got it. In that surprise, you're able to turn or break free at the least. You hear him grunt as you actually like slice up his arm with the sword.
I'm going to attempt to run out of the room.
Going after Rob or behind you?
Trying to get out of the situation entirely.
Roll a d4 to me for me.
1.
Yeah, you're able to run forward. You burst a table to the side and burst a door open, and you just begin running. You hear a scream, a feminine from inside as you continue running.
I'm going to make a history check.
Okay.
On that scream. Natural 1.
It might be a woman.
If that,
So, and then
I will be so angry.
What?
I
hate
you.
Unless there's anything specifically in Watt and Corliss and Adam's journey that you would like to do, we can cut to Watt returning home.
That's fine.
Alone. Landing outside Acorn Hall, doing some signal, some light coverage for them to open the doors. The repairs are being done. His horse gets put in a stable. Where would you like to head?
We have a God's Woods, right?
I'll say sure.
Watt is going to like tell a hand to take his things to his room off of his horse. He's not even gonna like fully dismount everything off of his horse, and he's just gonna head straight for the God's Woods. And
you head in there. The trees are coated in snow. The ponds are frozen ice over. There's not much nature, but you're able to head straight in.
He's going to walk in and sit beneath the red tree in the center of it. And he is going to think of his conversation in Heron Hall again with that woman. And he is going to pray. And I think it is like, I think he is praying specifically to that woman. Rather than
not a facet of the seven.
Whether I think Watt in some way thinks that is the mother, but still it's to that figure rather than the seven specifically.
Roll a 20-sided die.
12.
12.
I don't know why I looked at modifiers.
You feel a bit of comfort in your back, and your shoulders sag less. And your relationship with Adam comes into mind. Watt didn't feel betrayed. Watt would want Adam to be happy. But there was a dynamic there that Watt could have seen himself developing over a long course of time, maybe, in concurrence with him one day being Lord Smallwood.
I think what Watt would be struggling with, and I think this is what you're saying, is the thought of what that friendship or relationship or that person being in his life could have meant, and now it will not mean.
Correct. And in a way, that makes you think of the mother, the protector of young women, children, but mostly souls, and how you've lost all of your siblings, Arlen, Richard, Gwyn. I forget the name of your other brother, all who died various ways. Arlen, your father's eldest son, died in the first Blackfire Rebellion. He would have been probably a decade and a half older than you, a decently older. Um, and then yes,
I think specifically what Watt would say, either in his head or out loud.
Jonah was your youngest brother who died to a chill once the winter started, and then Gwyn went similar quick thereafter.
I think specifically what Watt would say in this prayer would be, I don't know if you're there. I don't know if I am here, really. But I feel as though I owe you something. I wish to make that right. And that would be the
What?
prayer.
You turn and Maester Eustace is approaching. Lad, you're home, I heard. He takes you in a tight hug.
Yes. Can I help you?
I've known you since you're were a child, a boy. I just wanted to say you're a good lad. Stay home for some time before you go out hunting again. That's all I wanted. Samuel has been distraught with you gone.
He has been. I'm trying to fill my station.
He charged you with going there. He is not surprised or angered at you gone. He hasn't said anything. I can tell. I've known that man many decade. He's hurting with you gone. But you're here now, and that's all that matters. You should speak to him.
What do you know of Harrenhal? He's kind of like wringing out his fingers a little bit as he says that.
Not much. I grew up far. I grew up in the north. I grew up far from Harrenhal. Aegon burned it. That's the only story I recall.
I met a woman of black hair there. She was carrying a baby. Everyone I had met prior in that castle had been murdered. But she was there in the Godswoods, working her way through the trees, her babe just nursing.
He has a torch with him, and he look at my torch.
Why?
I'm just making sure everything's okay. You should get inside and get warm. You've been out in the cold for quite some time. And he leads you away.
What would follow? Just okay.
Do you head to Lord Smallwood's chambers?
Yes.
Enter. Eustace opens the door, lets you in, and just closes it quickly. He looks up. What? Comes over, hugs you.
Yes, I'm home. The task has been completed.
How did it go?
It was fine. Corliss made a less than wise decision, but he seems to have gotten away with it without better words. But everything went well.
That's good.
I thought I might stick around for a bit, get some things done around here that you haven't been able to specifically do. You've been very busy with all of this. And I know it would also be helpful for you to have someone else to put the blame on. He says in a joking tone.
That is not my intention. Quite the opposite, in fact. After what felt like losing you recently, I do, in fact, plan to hold a ceremony naming you official heir. It might be difficult to get a raven from Aegon, but soon you will be Wat Smallwood.
Oh, well, that's good news, and I'll pile another on top of it. I spoke with, what was the Lord's name there?
Lord Benifer Blackwood.
I spoke with Lord Benifer Blackwood, and he offered me a daughter for marriage. He's like slightly tugging on his tunic.
That's good.
I,
That's very good. That's incredible. They're a very esteemed house.
I told them I would send them a letter once I was ready to meet her.
We can write that up. Once winter's done, mayhaps.
If we could speed along that, I'm trying to say naturalization, but that's not what it is. It's kind of is, but not really. My naming. If we could speed that along, I would like to send the missive under the name Smallwood rather than Rivers.
Of course. And then we can develop a plan for after the wedding at a later date.
Yes, there's much to discuss. Adam left.
I heard. I had hoped.
Yes.
We can find out something at a later time. But for now, I'm very glad you're safe, son. Hugs you again and then releases you. Ceremony should be held tomorrow. I don't want to go a second longer without having you as my child.
Yes.
You should get some rest. I'll have you stay bring some food to you.
Samwell has been knighted, right? He is.
Yes. He's a decent warrior, above average.
Why? What would be like hanging out the doorway? Why are you a knight?
I know this is not what you had in mind, but I split a Dothraki warlord in two with a war axe during the Second Blackfire Rebellion. Or the first, rather.
When
He fought in the first. Your oldest brother died, would have fought in the second one. So in the first Blackfire Rebellion.
When the Oath of the Seven was spoken to you, and you spoke it, was it the words of your lord that held you to that title, or was it the seven themselves? Kind of like staring off into the distance a little bit.
I don't think it matters. Westeros is filled with knights, and the charge is standard and the same across all of us. I don't think the seven put faith in you unless you put faith in them. But I think separate from that, you can still be a man or a woman, a good person apart from them. I think they just help you realize that in a different way.
I see. Thank you, Father. I'm going to go organize my things. And he's going to walk out.
Take on.
That was a good conversation. That was good.
Take on.
I still had this shit open.
Stumbling through the hallway, you have got to get this fucking blood out of your eyes. You can't see shit. What are you doing? You do hear wind rattling nearby like an open doorway. You maybe snow, but then you could be locked out, something of that effect.
He is going to make his way to the staff kitchen in which that he got into the scuffle with Rob.
Kind of doubling back, yeah, you
He's going to try and
leg
find
it.
a kitchen rag to wrap around his head.
Give me a. Also, you can just do that.
No.
Okay, find some rags, smaller, bigger. You kind of tear with your teeth, with your one good hand in your arm because your left shoulder's on fire. You kind of tie it there too, so you have one tied around your forearm or your bigger arm. And then you have one across your eye. Take some snow that's in a pot for cooling off things and wipe it out of your way. Blues and reds and bruises cover your face now. Blue from your hair dye, which is now there's no reflection in here, but your hands are all sorts of colors from the mud and the snow and the blood and the dye. What would you like to do? As you sit there, the most visceral you've ever looked. Worser in warfare, intimidation than Corliss or what have ever looked combined. Tagon the schemer is here with a Valyrian steel sword, looking like a menace. What would you like to do?
I think the first thought now in Tagon's mind, no longer feeling safe and not really knowing where anyone is he wants to find Amalia and leave.
Give me an investigation check.
10.
10. You step through the walls heavy. You're walking. You come to like an overpass and you look, and in the keep, you can see about 10 different fights ongoing. Knights thrashing each other, Kingsguard fighting each other, Duncan fighting two smaller Kingsguard, things of that nature. And a point as the wind gets harder and the snow gets harder and they begin to get obscured, you're not even sure if each one of them is confident the other person is an enemy. And then you feel a hit on your back and you turn, and his hand leaking heavily is Jaharis there with a rock as he's hit your back.
Hey, stop!
I'm sorry.
Fuck! Come here, come on, let's get back inside.
You.
I know. Come on.
And you kind of drag him inside. Where's my father at?
I don't know. We'll find him. I'm finding Amalia first, and then we'll get out of here, and we'll come back and we'll talk to him. He's somewhere safe. We have to make sure you're safe.
Can I get a
persuasion check?
Yes. As he goes, "Who's Amalia? What's going on?" I was gonna say deception, but last you saw Dunk, he had guards surrounding him and some of his kids. Unfortunately, Jaharis was one of those kids.
I just don't think he remembers that.
Fair enough. I agree. I agree with that sentiment because clearly something has happened.
It's gonna be a 27.
Forgot you're a charisma build. Okay. Let's go.
And he's just gonna start making his way.
Give me a second investigation check.
That's gonna be 12.
A 12. You come and you turn a corner, and sitting there, bleeding from his chest, is Grand Maester Hobart. A very visceral wound that you do not believe is able to be helped, as he's holding in some guts.
Very quickly, I'm gonna take Jaharis's head and like hold it against me and like try and cover his ears at the same time.
Tagon, come here.
Okay. And he's kind of like waddle over while trying to cover his eyes and his ears.
Duncan and Jaharis, you have to find them and keep them safe. The future of this realm depends on them.
I have Jaharis. Do you know where Duncan is?
No.
Do you know where Amalia is?
No.
Okay.
Boy, please.
I'll figure it out.
Boy. And do you want to leave? And he kind of leans and you hear a squelching as you continue walking. Give me another investigation check.
And then I also want to make a history check. Try and remember the last time I've seen Amalia, the last time I have heard her voice.
Cool. So give me a history before that investigation.
Okay, before it.
Yes, because it could benefit it.
It's an 8. And then investigation is going to be a 19.
An 8 on the history investigation on 19. Unfortunately, 8 does not provide much help as your head is pounding, and each time a thought makes your headache pulse. You feel a leak come down, get soaked up by that rag. You hear Jairus go, I think you need help.
I'll be fine. If you do you know where was the last time you saw Dunk?
When he was with father, and then some men rushed in and just grabbed me, and my hand hurt so bad that I didn't look up. I didn't see.
Well, it's fine. We'll find Molly, and we'll find him.
On your 18 investigation, you overlook a courtyard.
19.
19. And below you is a Kingsguard that tries to swing at Aegon, who ducks and lands and starts scooting back. He has a small dagger, the same dagger a long time ago he wielded in an effort to hopefully kill Arian when Arian was bedridden. He has kept that same simple dagger with him all this time as he kind of holds it out in front of him, and he begins swinging down, and right as he goes to swing, he misses, hits off a stone pillar, and he continues pursuing a regular Kingsguard, clearly not Dunk. And as you see that, you hear a scream, and you look over, and one of the Baratheon men is dragging Amalia by her hair into a room.
I forget about Jaharis and I start running.
Amalia?
Yeah.
Okay. You can I get an agility check as you vault over, I assume?
That is a 16.
You land and your whole body shoots alive of pain, but you force through it to continue running. And we cut to Corliss. Riding through that snow. You're with Adam. He's getting much more accustomed to the harsher weather of the north, especially during this winter. He's not even in the north. He's just close via the Erie. I hear you'll be able to know you're close to the Erie when you see it. Is that true?
It's always been true for me. I've never not seen it. Just to prepare you, I have never. Corliss has never set foot. Well, he's probably set foot on his lands, but he's never lived there.
I don't know if he's ever set foot. Your dad died when. Set foot technically, but I believe your dad died when you were 2.
Yeah.
So you have very little memories of even him. You have very little memories of places outside of the Erie as well. Maybe you would have squired on expeditions to fight mountain clansmen, but your lands, you've never set foot on your lands. You've been out of the Erie a bit, maybe. Baelish might have taken you into a town, yeah.
While I have never set foot in my family's lands, or not officially in any manner. There will be many people there that I will be distrustful of. What I'm meaning is you're going to have a lot more responsibility than I think you might be expecting.
That's understandable. We're going to a court. I've grown up hearing awful stories about courts my entire life. I understand. I just hope to be a good tool to use to aid you during that.
My sword is technically a tool, but I would trust none other with my life. A tool may be, but a friend, definite.
A friend, definite.
Okay, hold on. That's really fire for his house words. 7, a friend, comma, definite.
Corbray.
No, for 7.
A friend, definite. House 7. At the very least, a personal motto if he can't make a house yet, but you might raise him to househood.
I thought, yeah, you're right.
Damn.
That goes hard.
I like that.
Very Samwell. Not so,
Samwise.
Samwise, sorry. Very Samwise. Okay.
Colby, my brother, kept calling him Sam the Wise, and I kept on being like, that's not his name.
That's really funny, though.
He kept making me mad, and he was like, it's not that big a deal. And I'm like, I know, but
it's
that's
like
not
Mario
his
and Wario. That's his Samwise.
Sam the Wise. He's very tall, and he's an evil person. He doesn't love Frodo. He hates kissing men.
He's
Okay.
complete. He is just Samwise, but he's just straight. That's the only difference.
It's not like kissing him on the lips; he kisses him on the forehead. Very, very similar plot.
That's so stupid.
As you
Oh my
turn, you
god.
do in fact see the Erie in its grandiose scale. You hear him go 7 above.
No, that's the Erie.
Okay, that's right then. And he kind of gets a pep in his ride as you guys begin approaching the front.
We are meeting Sir Jasper Aaron. You probably already assumed that, but just to remind you,
Yes.
um, he feigns to be for me to be in his good graces, but I know he does not care for me. I would appreciate if you left the talking to me.
Understandable.
Don't do that. Don't let him say that to you. And then they would just continue on.
You guys continue riding, and we cut to the doors getting thrown open, wind whipping in, as at some point Min took your horse, and the two of you enter in, and the doors get slammed behind you. Um, a lord miscellaneous, a Lord Redfort comes up. Um, uh, Sir Corliss, how
Yes,
goes the expedition?
it was just fine. I gained many heads.
I'll contact Lord Jasper.
I don't know why that's the thing that everybody says.
Now, you had already returned home. Not you, but the party had returned home with some knights. Your nephew or your cousin, Harold Templeton, your Squire Orson Wainwood, and some Northerners. They informed of the first mission to go see why food was disappearing from the caches in the north and none was getting sent down. That is known. You are known as a success for that.
Where is Baelish? I wish to tell him of my good fortune.
Baelish has not returned yet to any of our knowledge.
Okay.
Um,
Do you know where he is? He should have returned by now, I believe.
the men that returned from the party from the north informed us that he rode off on a mission, so to speak. I am unaware, my lord.
Do you know who would be?
I don't think anybody. It seems like he did not inform anybody of his decision. I'll inform Lord Jasper. He'll meet you in your quarters.
All right. I also am bringing someone with me. Can we get some quarters for him as well?
Quite. Oh, we'll get that set up.
Thank you. And he's just gonna walk through and start heading towards the throne room.
Okay. No, you just got
the audience chambers.
You just got told that you can go to your room and Jasper will come to you.
Oh, sorry.
Do you want to circumvent that to find Jasper right now?
Yeah, because I think he kind of wants to go find Baelish, low key. Like he had half a mind to just leave and just start looking.
Okay. And you're going to Jasper to do that, or you're going to your
I'm
room
going
to
to
do
Jasper to finish up what I'm doing, and then he's gonna leave.
Okay.
Because he maybe can get information from Jasper that nobody else knows.
Yeah, you find Lord Jasper. He's in the middle of a meal eating. He's just slicing off thick smoked turkey covered in liquid. Sir Corliss, and he begins clapping, and the people around him begin clapping. His 3 children begin clapping. Come, sit, boy. John, if you don't mind getting up. And John goes, of course, father. Sit. And he has you sit down and eat.
It won't be long, John. You can sit back down. I just wish to let you know that the mission is complete.
Tell us of your exploits in the Riverlands. We hear you fight reavers from the Iron Islands. We wish to hear of it.
And Corliss would go very quiet for a minute and looking at everybody stuffing their faces, and this room would look disgusting to him. During his time fighting, he probably has felt more queasy than he has in his entire life, but he has never felt as close to throwing up as he does
Can I get
looking.
A Constitution check from you, an endurance check.
Yeah. Good thing that's like his main thing, but plus 9.
In his old age,
18.
Corliss would definitely have acid reflux from resisting throwing up from the amount of stuff he puts his body through. An 18. You continue.
They're all dead.
Very good, lad. You seem eager to rest.
Where is Baelish?
Uh, Baelish has not returned yet, to my knowledge.
200 dragons to whoever can tell me where Baelish is, and he says it to the entire room.
Everyone kind of turns and no, everyone kind of freezes for a second. A handmaiden comes up to you. I believe I saw a man looking like Baelish near your quarters, but I don't know if it was him.
Adam, give her the money, and he's gonna storm up towards the quarters.
Adam, like, nervously hands some coins, and Jasper goes, "What did you tell him, my dear?" And she goes, "Nothing really." Oh my gosh! And she just walks off, and Adam kind of looks around. My lord, Sir Adam 7, my lord, and he drops to his knees. Who the fuck is Adam 7? You walk and find yourself.
It's fucking Jason Bourne. That's what that reminded me.
It's actually really funny. That and fucks a trial of 7 from an out of 17 is very similar. You come up to your quarters, throw the door open. A woman is sitting on your bed. And Baelish is sitting in a chair, reading. Corliss, come.
I was told you were not here.
Shut the fucking door.
He closes it.
I obscured my entrance in order to provide you with something.
Someone might walk in here, but he's a friend. That's fine. What?
I went and made a case to someone who I knew had, and he looks at Lyanna. This is your betrothed. She is
what?
A member of House Royce, which you immediately know second powerful people in the realm. In your hold, she is eldest daughter of Lord Royce of the Gate of the Moon. She consents, correct? He doesn't say correct. He says she consents, and he looks to Lyanna, and Lyanna nods, and I think that's all that matters. You successfully traveled to the Gates of the Moon and made a bid to Lord Royce of your own accord and found her and brought her back. You went all over Westeros recently. Lord Royce agrees with this theory. I lost my way, and just now am coming back after getting lost in the snow like a foolish old man. If that is everything, I'll leave you to it. I'll inform Lord Jasper of this, and we'll get a ceremony started. That started. A ceremony will occur soon.
If you see Adam, what?
Who fucks Adam?
A friend.
Poor Adam. Adam the fool.
I know not of the positions that we may have at court, but I wish for him to be right under you.
He served you during this?
Better than I've ever seen a man. I know that didn't make sense.
No. His reaction was, you said that, yeah, Baelish wants to be that. Deeply wants to be that. Not that. Very good. I'll find him. And exits the room. Lyanna, who was evidently reading a book, and you see she's like carving in the leather of the book initials, or not initials, but a sigil, House Royce sigil, which is just a ton of dots. You're Corliss. Leather armor's on, pants, shoes muddy, kind of getting your muddy a bit.
I think he would still have like his bundle of armor slung over his shoulder this entire time, like walking through with mud like dripping out of it because he still hasn't washed any of it. I think she would say that, and he would like look at her and then like look her up or down, not in like a gross way, in like a just the way. And he would go to the other side of the room and drop his armor down and just hold up the sigil, his own sigil from his armor at her. Yes, throwing it back in the pile.
Whilst you were gone, I read up on your family's history, betrothed, and she holds up the book, which you were unaware.
He opens up the window.
You were unaware. Cold air shoots in. You were unaware there was a family history book of your house in the Eerie Keep.
He is going to make a deception check to go, yes, like he already knew about it. Cool. Um, that is going to be a 5. Yes.
In case you were unaware,
He scoops up some snow off the windowsill.
I find it very intriguing. Desmona and Belissa Corbray were two ladies in waiting Daenerys, the wife of Aegon the Unworthy. Sir Dermot Corbray defended Crackclaw Point during his reign as well. Defeated a bastard of Smallwood, Luthor Rivers, in a joust, and a small battle almost broke out. He later rode with Luthor and Luthor's trueborn brothers, Barian and Jamos, to defeat some outlaws, the Knight of Ashes and Wat the Strangler. Their harmed brotherhood was mended in battle. And of course, your great uncle Gawain fought Daemon Blackfire, blade to blade, in the First Rebellion. His brother died, and your father became Lord. Then came the time of the Third Rebellion, and Creighton Corbray threw away decades of servitude for nothing. Chas sits up now.
I think she would be reading that off, and
Mhm.
she would be just like looking at her book and like fingering through it and like reading them straight off the page. And after she like starts looking up to like say what she was about to say, I think Corliss is already standing over her the first time. That I think every scene that somebody else has been in a room alone with Corliss, it's to make him seem smaller than the other, even though that would be less physically intimidating. I think this is the first time he looks intimidating to the camera, um, as he's standing over her. And now it's just me.
She like steals herself, tosses the book, and stands up. 5'6", a little bit taller than most women, but during this time, but far below you.
Is
My question is: are all of our daughters going to serve monsters, and are all of our sons going to become foolish men who think violence is justice?
my family will grow up in a home where the hearth always burns and there is laughter in the fighting pits. And he's going to go back, taking the snow to his armor, starting to wash it off.
Then very well. You hear her exhale heavily and sit down. Um, I am no maid, you know. If you are hoping for an unsullied woman, you will not find her here.
I don't care. You like books?
Yes, I quite like to read.
Does it say in there that there's a library where we're going?
Let me find. And she brings up a map. And after what you had just said about a warm hearth, she goes and she finds the castle in the Vale of Arryn that is the seat of House Corbray, Hearth's home. And yes, quite extensive. Rivers flow from the narrow bay into the narrow sea, and upriver to the west is Strongsong, the seat of House Belmore, one of, I suppose, your newfound vassals. King Jaehaerys visited Hearthstone during a royal progress a very long time ago. King
Whatever
Jaehaerys.
library may be within Hearthstone is yours. I bid that gift.
Thank you, Corliss.
I have no interest in. I have no interest in any of this. I do not wish to be a lawmaker. I do not wish to sit atop a throne looking down at others. I will be fighting. You will spend many a night alone. Nothing will warm your bed but your own skin. If this is not a problem for you, it won't be for me.
I suppose that shouldn't be an issue. How soon after the ceremony will we begin the process of finding you an heir?
With how I like to get into trouble, I guess soon. Baelish will demand it.
He implied it's due to your singular status. Did you have any names in mind?
Not specifically. From the way you said that, it seems like you do.
A handful, but I understand the eldest male obviously will be yours. Just a couple members of my family I hold respect for and esteem for.
Tradition, as you've probably realized, means everything and very little to me. You can have anything you want, as long as it benefits my house. That being the first name of any child. The last, however, will always be Corbray. And he continues.
She comes over to you and like puts a hand on your shoulder and just slowly leans in and kisses your cheek. Her warm lips against your cold skin, especially from the wind, creating a contrast there. Am I free to roam the halls?
Yes, if you find Adam, tell him I want to see him.
I can do that. And she exits.
That one really, I think that was a really good scene.
I agree.
The idea of a show existing of this and that being the first time Corliss has seemed actually scary.
I agree.
After
I love
everything
directing
he's
scenes.
done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That'd be so fun.
Well, it's also an instance where he holds the most power he's ever held. And even if he
And
was a
decides
normal
to
lord
use it against someone
in his room, that's another scene where he holds a lot of power. From the beginning point of the episode to the midway point of the episode, Corliss has ascended once from being in chains to being the one in power. Perhaps it might happen again to lordship. But for now, Tagon, you're rushing through, stumbling. Give me an investigation check.
Sorry, I need to ban somebody.
Amazing. And then get me some fruit snacks from behind you.
By the way, fruit snack me.
Hit me with a fruit snack.
So Tagon is running.
Tagon's running.
What did you say for me to roll? I apologize.
An investigation check. I apologize as well. Fruit snack time check. Please give me an investigation check.
Okay. I already had forgotten after you had just said it. That was so bad. That's gonna be a 3.
A 3?
A 3.
What happened to the blood, bro? My lord.
I did just drop down from like an overpass onto nothing, so it makes sense. I think.
So you begin moving. You set your hand on the water, steady yourself. It's coated in blood. You back up. You think you hear a skirmish in a room, so you bust into it with your sword up. But there is simply one man on the ground holding his knee with a leaking wound. They look like Baratheon men, and then one man helping him tie it, turning to you, scrambling for a sword on the ground in front of you. There's a moment where both of you look to the sword and he goes to jump for it. If you would like, please give me an attack with advantage.
Can I instead try and grab the sword and then use it to lock the door handle?
Yeah. Sleight of hand check for that.
Which is better for him.
ASMR.
This is +5. 11. Contested against him?
You are able... So,
okay.
for 11, you are able to pick it up. I will need a secondary check to put it in the door with the knowledge that if you get lower, it might leave yourself open to attack. Or you can just make an attack.
10.
10. You are able to sink it in, but you do feel a grab behind you. Can I please get an athletic check out of you for grapple?
That is going to be a 0.
For sure. You are currently being assaulted. Wait, hold on. Game of Thrones? You take 4 points of bludgeoning damage as you sink it in and then you turn and right in your face. A plate gauntlet hits twice. Your ear's leaking now, but you have your sword.
Am I like up against the door?
Like shoved up against, and you can turn if you'd like. He has you around the
I'm
waist
going
from
to
behind.
attempt to like, you know how people like push up against a wall with their legs to like push somebody back.
Leon,
I'm gonna do. Yeah.
But
hit my legs as hard as I can against the wall to push him back.
I'll say you can do agility on this.
That is going to be a 19.
Yeah, you're able to weasel your legs up. He's kind of holding you in place, so you like take a step on the wall and shove. Um, you fall and you feel yourself land on something or land with him, and then he hits something and you drop and you turn. He's on the ground hitting his head at a bad angle, and the other guy who's holding his thigh falls and puts his hand up. Wait, wait, wait! As both of them are just injured and the door is locked.
Um, I was meaning to lock them in the door. Like I was leaving. I was just gonna walk back out and then
Oh,
continue towards Amalia.
cool.
I'm sorry, I was
No,
not.
you're
I thought somebody
fine.
came up to me again
I
behind me
thought
randomly.
you were no. I thought you were going to interrogate them. Hence why I thought you locked the door. But now that this is done, we can say you missed the stab for first time and you just picked it. So now that they're both on the ground, you pick it up and then lock the door. That's 2 more for your kill count. Those guys are not receiving medical attention. Now that the door is locked, as there's pounding on it. You can't leave me in here. Give me another investigation check, please.
12.
12, 12, 12. Is there anything specific you want to utilize to attempt to find people?
I just start screaming out her name. Not Trisha. I'm just yelling out, Amalia! Amalia!
Help! You hear her name, and that'll give you advantage on it. Her voice, not her name.
Thank gosh. 19.
You you turn a corner. She's on the ground. A guy has her by the throat. What did he call you? She bites into his hand, and he slaps her down. Rob is behind him. What the fuck are you doing? Come on! And he turns and is going to. He's without his hand looking to grab Molly and to follow Rob, who seems incredibly pissed. And we see Rob and you both have injuries to your face. Both have one of your eyes coated in blood. A kind of parallel. As you, what would you like to do?
Holding the sword like in front of me with 2 hands and just like trying to have as tight as a grip on it as I can. I'm just gonna rush at him, trying to just stab him with the sword.
Give me an attack roll with advantage. If Taegon lives through this, do you think he's going to multi-class into rogue?
That'd be fun.
Because you will level up after this, and I think I'll give you 2 levels up. What level are you?
5, because Corliss has extra attack.
Yes, sir.
That is going to be a 12.
That does beat his armor class, so roll
Dang.
damage. Some of these guys are leathery in my head. Some of these guys are platey in my head.
Oh,
you rolled that for damage?
Yep.
He's yapping. Yep.
8.
8?
12 damage.
That's a big number. Damn. Yeah. Fuck. He goes to grab at you, and then Rob, shit, and goes to rush. He is not dead yet, but you are impaled in his back.
I am then going to like try and turn him and run into Rob as well with this guy.
Give me an attack or an athletics or agility.
I think I should have to make an athletics first and then an attack roll.
I like that.
Because I have to move this guy.
Because otherwise you're just killing him.
Yeah.
Hi, buddy.
Thank gosh. That's going to be a 16, which that's a -2. I got an 18 on my roll.
Yeah, you're able to successfully pivot as he's spilling, and you're able to move him forward as Rob is stumbling and goes to swing. Make an attack roll.
With disadvantage or?
No. You succeeded your athletics check.
14.
Rob does try to look through his busted eye and swing, and you're able to slice up his side, and he falls to the side. At that point, you're shoved through. The guy has bisected him, and he collapses, and you guys slam off each other as Rob is in front of you. Can I get opposed attack checks from you two, please? And by you two, I mean also
19.
That hits. Please roll damage.
And then as he's like striking him repeatedly, he's just going to yell, I told you the dragon's wrath would come. And he's just going to keep battering at him. That was a total of 15 damage.
You attack aggressively, and with your incredibly light sword that you can swing like it's a dagger, slam against him. There's chips on his armor, his fake Baratheon armor. You cut the false stag on his chest, and as he goes for one last block, you break his sword into shards as he's holding it like it's a dagger. Wait. Let me leave. Let me live and I can help you escape, please. I failed you and I made false choices, but I can help. You've sliced him up the side once pretty good.
Tagon looks very conflicted for a few moments. Do you want to roll a persuasion check for Rob, or
Sure.
and then what would I roll against that, or would I not?
Insight.
Do I get to pick a DC?
Would you like to? I like that a lot.
I promise I did not see.
No,
what the
you're
roll
fine.
was.
You can do. I like that rule a lot.
I think for this, especially for a one-on-one, because it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and I know what I just rolled. So you say a number, and if it's, in case you didn't know how it worked, I'm just explaining it for no reason.
I think this wisdom saving throw would be like, I want to say 16. I want to say 18, so 17.
He rolled a 16.
That seems really bad on camera.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
14 plus 2.
Damn.
Well, wait, what does Tagon do?
He's going for a while. He's just like standing there, like Amalia is sitting there. He looks at Amalia, and then he's gonna look at him and go, "No," and just stab him in the head.
You guys make attack rolls at the same time. I'll roll mine with disadvantage. I got a 20 and a 5. So he goes to gut you, and you turn. What did you roll?
A 7.
Cool. You guys knock off the ground each other. So he's now in between you and Amalia as he turns and points at you and looks behind him and like doesn't move at first. What would you like to do?
Continues wildly swinging at him.
Yeah, so
the same thing of just taking large swings.
So you go to swing, and he like goes to stab, and you guys bounce off each other. And as he turns to make his decision, you're not thinking about a decision. He is still conflicted, and he turns, and you're
at his neck.
Give me another attack roll.
6. Does that advantage since he was distracted?
I'll say so. I was gonna say that, but I thought it might be too
10.
Seemingly 10.
Still doesn't hit him.
Okay. Good lord. You go to swing, and he sees it again and puts his arm up, and you slice down his arm, and he'll go to make one last attack roll before attempting to flee. That's cocked. That'll do it.
I saw that. That was crazy.
I bet you did. Okay. It's not good. You take 3 points of damage. I critted, and I got a natural 20. It takes 3 points of damage. He goes for a really good stab, and you're able to fucking kind of tank it in your fucking ribs, and he just leaves the dagger in there, stopping you from bleeding out. Lore, and begins stumbling away. Fuck.
I'm gonna rip out the dagger, and I'm gonna throw it at him.
Give me a ranged attack roll, which, because I gave you a reason for why you weren't bleeding out. You're not gonna bleed out, but you will be rendered unconscious after this.
9.
A 9.
Can I have advantage since he is very much distracted now? He thinks I am like done.
I think that makes sense. And then I guess I won't make you pass out. You will roll a check. I just don't think Tagon can succeed.
No. 16.
That hits.
What would the damage be for that? 1d4?
It was a 1d8 normal arming sword. And then you add your strength or dex mod. Strength or agility mod. As per Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition rules, which was the basis for this system.
3 damage.
So, give me a endurance check.
That is going to be a 10.
Cool. So you fucking throw it and pass out. But if we...
I think Amalia should get a medicine check to try and get me to come back awake.
If we were to see it, you would throw it and fall, and then go dark. And then we just cut to the chaos outside the building. Before out of a catwalk, a man stumbles, turning, a handle protruding out of him, goes to kind of continue walking and trips and falls over a courtyard. Aegon, slicing the neck of a Kingsguard, falls backwards. Next to him, Rob Rain's body slams down. He fucking turns, looks back, looks at the chaos, takes off the Kingsguard armor, and it is not armor. It is not a man he recognizes. Evidently got the armor. Amalia is trying to heal Tagon. Coming up behind her is a Baratheon soldier. He goes to grab at her, a spear in the back of the neck, and then he gets thrown into the wall. Glendon Ball. Evidently, it was his armor. A more portlier man, bruises on his face, a thin beard, covered in sweat. My lady. And he ducks down and helps Tagon as Harlan and his young squire, a boy, comes up. Get her to safety. And Amalia goes, no. And Harlan just kind of grabs her and begins moving her away as Glendon goes next to Tagon's unconscious body.
Do you want to know how much health Tagon had left?
Yes, I would like to know that.
2.
Very interesting number.
When you did 3 health to me, I had 5.
Crazy.
I saw that crit and I was like, Tagon's dead. I just accepted it.
Death saving throws are a thing. They just might be a little more unique than dungeons. A little more difficult. You don't know.
It's 1 roll.
That would seem to make sense.
Yeah.
So,
flip. I think you should have to flip a coin. I think that would be so fire.
Works with the coins over dead people's eyes. There's a coin with a house,
and it's basically just a coin flip anyway.
Yeah,
just with less coin.
Dunk comes up to a distraught Egg who's like in tears, and Dunk goes, and as he goes to grab him, their armor. We cut to a hug of a much younger version of Dunk and Egg. Can you open up session 7, scene 3, please, for me? For me. I'm making them here. That's a reference that some people will find. I have a frog in my throat. I'm so sorry. I'm so professional. You've never seen someone more professional than me. Oh, don't read ahead. You'll spoil yourself, son.
You've got this. I believe in you. 5, 4.
Fucking iCarly
3,
ass. Okay.
2, 1.
The camp looks like a second city spread across the hills and lighting them with campfires. They flicker beneath a sky heavy with stars. Men sharpen swords, whisper prayers, drink away with their fear, and stare silently into the dark where tomorrow waits. Sir Duncan the Tall sits atop a fallen tree at the edge of camp. Across from him, wrapped in fresh armor, sits Prince Aegon Targaryen, 10 and 9 years of age. Do you ever miss it?
Miss what, Egg?
The open road.
You mean sleeping in ditches, riding through rainstorms, having 3 coppers between us and starvation?
We had adventures.
We nearly died. Repeatedly.
Well, mostly because of you.
Mostly because of you.
Oh, Ashford, Dorne, the Red Widow, White Walls. Every time you got us into trouble, I charged straight into it to save you.
Squire's duty. You were simply repaying your debt after I saved your arse 100 times.
They laugh for a moment.
You've changed.
I'm taller.
Not much.
Oh. Egg throws a twig at him and Dunk grins. You know, when I first met you, I thought you were the worst knight in the 7 kingdoms.
Gods preserve me. You've become a good man, Egg.
If we win tomorrow, everything changes again.
Everything always changes.
And you?
What about me?
You'll still be here?
I am your sworn protector, Your Grace. Your fate will be the same as mine.
Far away, a war horn sounds once. Both men look towards the darkness. Elsewhere in the camp, Prince Maekar looks through a window flap in his tent, staring at his son and his son's protector. Prince Arion enters the tent. Father, I bring good news. Maekar does not look up.
Arion?
The single word carries no warmth. No? The scouts have returned.
I know.
They say the rebels are weak.
They said the same before Redgrass Field.
Arion's mouth tightens, and his father folds a map.
How have your attempts been at siring?
Arion is silent for a moment. My dragon's blood.
Half the corpses in Westeros have dragon bloods. have
Daenora
dragon blood.
has made it difficult.
I'm sure.
The silence that follows is colder than steel. Why do you care? You have scores of heirs.
Yes, quantity is what I care for.
I could tell not.
You are my heir, fool. If I were to be king, you would be second in line to the throne.
And you think me unworthy.
It would not be a sentiment I share alone.
Arian turns at that. You'll see. You'll see. Maker watches him disappear into the darkness.
I love you.
He closes his eye and sheds a tear.
I love you, Daron.
And Makar could be referring to his father, Daron the Good, or his son, Daron the Drunken, who are both feeding worms currently. Rough. We see farther north than where that combat was in the Riverlands, farther north still than King's Landing, farther north than the Vale of Arryn in the Eyrie in the north. A box is getting carried by Brandon and Benjamin Stark alongside Robert Poole and Rory Castle, are all on each side of a long box carrying it. Inside, everyone knows that it is the body of Artos Stark. Artos died days ago, but the cold was able to preserve his body. And though it's not uncommon for corpses to be hidden away, the official story being that Artos died saving some men from a bear, the hidden truth being that he saved Corlys from wildlings, it cannot be revealed that he has a very large sword-like gut wound, as those 4 men take the corpse down into the cellars where the Stark dead are buried. Edwyle Stark, current lord, looks where his uncle goes. Next to him sits Robar, who is being lit almost sinisterly by some torches. Roger, Maester Roger, comes up and tells him, "My lord, Marna, it's approaching. She will have birth soon." And Ned turns and looks at Robar. "Can you oversee this?" Of course, my lord." Ned rushes off to find his wife, Marna Locke.
And that's Ned Stark being born. No, his older brother.
His father, Rickard.
Oh, I'm stupid.
No, you're fine. Important. Yes.
Do you think if Game of Thrones and Lord of the Rings were to like mix, do you think the Starks would be hobbits?
Not at all. Dwarves.
Yeah.
Let's do it quickly.
That's less fun.
Targaryens, elves, for their longevity and their connection to mysticism.
What would be?
Hobbits would be the Tyrells, which is the Reach, the simple people. Lord Tyrell Mace is very Hobbit-like.
I can't remember what they're called.
Baratheons also dwarves.
Dorne has a very good equivalent, and I can't remember their name in Lord of the Rings.
But
they're way off past Mordor.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're not really developed much.
Yes,
that would be them. The Gondorians would just be. I think the Baratheons.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. I like that. With the Rohirrim, very similarly serving the Storm Knights. That's it. No, the Riverlands. The Riverlands being the hobbits, because the hobbits are victims of Mordor's attacks. Like, at the very end, they're kind of caught in the crossfire of a war. The Riverlands are famous for every time a war breaks out, they suffer.
I know this doesn't work, but I think a very good parallel for personality for an old Bran would be Gandalf the Grey.
I like that. Mystical. Every single thing he says is like double-natured.
I like a lot. Or Saruman. I think Saruman would also fit more with
silly.
The stinky.
I'm gonna do my Ian McKellen. Saruman the stinky.
But I think Saruman probably fits the world of Game of Thrones a little bit better. So it would probably end up being Saruman, but I think Gandalf is a good start.
I like that a lot.
Starting personality.
My Count Dooku. Gandalf the Grey. Gandalf the Fool. That's a real one. That's what inspires the Saruman the Stinky. I think it's so cool. He literally is Gandalf the Grey. Gandalf the Fool. Actual line written by an incredible author and said by one of the greatest actors. Rest in peace to go.
We gotta find somebody who's like super into Lord of the Rings to DM a Lord of the Ring thing for us. That would be
is not a DM at all. Barely plays D&D, but he's getting really into Lord of the Rings right now. I'm decently into it. I could
I
definitely
just
run a one shot.
we would need. I just we
But
need somebody who has your Star Wars knowledge of a Lord of the
mm,
Rings. And
encyclopedic.
yeah,
No, yeah. I'm not being sarcastic. It definitely helps that so much Star Wars has came out since I've been grown.
yeah.
Like
Everything that came out before you were born, it was
6 movies, the Clone Wars movie, Clone Wars show, some video games,
4 books.
and everything else I've read since. I don't know if I would get into Star Wars now. Animated shows alone: Tales of the Jedi, Tales of the Empire, The Clone Wars, Rebels, Bad Batch, Resistance. That was off the top of my head.
Rebels was so good.
Rebels is incredible. Back to it. We return. um, Corliss. Door opens. Adam shuts it back. Someone, a young lady said you wanted to speak with me. I like the idea that Baelish looked for Corliss. Another sir looked for Corliss. Lyanna was able to find him.
I wanted somebody good to speak to. If would you sit with me?
Yes,
I'm just
yes.
cleaning my armor.
Would you like assistance?
And if you'd offer it, yes.
Comes and helps you.
I think we'll move to my land soon. It seems I am betrothed.
Very good, your lord. My lord. Combining the phrases "Your Grace" and "My Lord."
Yes, yes. She seems to be to have her wits about her.
Better than a dull lover, I should say. Forgive me, that was out of place.
No, I would agree.
How can I help you?
Like I said, just wanted better company.
Of course.
And I think they would just clean the armor and until they was done, and then I think they would head out to go to Hearthhome.
Yeah, so you find Baelish talking with Jasper as you walk down the halls. Jasper turns and goes, is there any specific preparations you would like for the ceremony? I'm quite excited. It will be a nice event for the people here at the Eyrie to see for the first event of its kind since the winter has started.
My house having just been reforged, I would like to call it. I feel as though the funds needed to host such a gathering would be too great a burden. We probably will just be doing a small ceremony, private.
Do you feel the coin would be too much a burden?
No.
Okay, so
Or at least he does not care about
yeah.
that fact.
So can I get a deception check, please?
16.
Son, if you go, I cannot promise safety. I cannot promise wood for you to light or oil to keep. Hearthstone is abandoned. I can definitely take time to form a party to go with you, but if you go with 10 men, I'll send ravens to your vassals to tell them that their allegiances have changed. It might take a month for them to get there. It would be suicide for you to leave now.
It was suicide for me to leave when I left at first.
But that was with the understanding that you would be coming back to a place with warmth and servants and food. There could be a mountain clansman tribe living in Hearthstone for all I know.
If the ancestral home of your house had been left bare for nearly 16 years, would you allow it to sit there a minute longer?
The Eyrie will always have a powerful man of Aaron blood sitting in it. I will not have to worry about that.
The same is not true for the Corb race. I will be leaving.
Can I get an intimidation check? Because he is definitely trying to keep you here for some reason.
14.
If that is what this young knight wishes.
It is what a lord wishes.
And people kind of turn at that, looking at the people that were pretending to ignore the chaos. I'm fond of you, boy, but do not forget yourself. Is there anything I
His
can
hand
assist you?
shakes against him as he looks down.
Is there anything I can assist you with before you head out to sure safety?
Nothing but your well wishes.
Then you have them. And he pats you on the shoulder and walks by you. Baelish sits there. Was that wise, Your Grace?
I've never been home. I wish to know what it's like. And he's gonna turn probably his cloak wailing behind him as he storms off to get his horse ready.
He looks at Adam. Then we head off.
He's so Bruce Wayne. Tell me that specific moment wasn't very Bruce Wayne.
Arkham Origins, him fighting with Alfred. That's a good fucking scene.
It's that exact scene.
And then Alfred dies, and he's like, I'm so sorry.
It's not going to happen to Baelish, though.
Well, if it does happen, I don't know if Corliss will have any electric gauntlets he can use to revive Alfred. Bane is going to kill your Baelish.
Cord, I know you're not here. Do the same shit again. Play that track again, baby.
Watch our Dungeons and Dragons campaign to see the God of Lightning hit someone with a lightning bolt to resurrect them.
Goes crazy.
I have no gods to pull on here. Do not make stupid decisions. If you want experience killing your party or getting better at being rude or mean to your party, DM a game where there's no possible intervention. But also, I relied heavily on gods in my older campaigns as intervention methods. So maybe someone doesn't have that issue. If they do, it's a king or, a much more different issue. Fuck you laughing at. Roll me a
18.
failure. Level 5, that's
8
a failure.
21.
Fail.
Tell me what number you get, and I'll tell you why it doesn't work.
Corliss makes his way to the stalls, and
sorry, go ahead.
Can I help you with anything?
It'd be so funny to play a character who their stats are reversed to where if you get a low roll on something, that's better for your character. So the party would see you roll a 3, and the DM would go, "You succeed."
It'd be a fun concept if under a 20 or under a 1, it goes into the top. So if you roll that one and you have a negative modifier of 5,
you have a 22.
Guess what, brother? Yeah,
that'd be fun. That'd be cool.
Stupid complicated. I don't want to do
domino.
that.
It would be a domino type character. I think. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Your luck can overseed itself.
Yes. Okay. You're in the stalls. Getting your stuff ready. You hear some light. You're in there with Baelish, Lyanna.
Idiot Savant is what that feat would be called.
And Adam. I love that a lot.
Taken from Fallout 4, if you don't know.
Yes. Play Fallout 4.
Specifically.
So you can play Sims mod with the town.
People hated that so much, and I loved it.
I love it. I just hate that you can't put anything exactly where you want, but for the most part, it's.
But they have mods now.
Yeah.
And even on the PS5 one, where they can't have actual pulled out assets, they still have mods that let you delete everything, let you put anything wherever you want.
Fallout 4 is very good. If you're a Fallout fan of the TV show, definitely play the game. You'll love it.
My girlfriend loves the Fallout games, will not watch the show.
Why?
She thinks she thinks it will not live up to her expectations that the game has set for her.
Does she like Fallout 4?
Yes.
Fallout 4 is not that good. Except the show. I love Fallout 4. If I had to pick a better medium, I would say Fallout the TV show.
I should check my phone.
Which is crazy because I don't know. The Fallout Season 2, I liked it a lot. But it's such a trend in new shows, from The Boys to fucking Game of Thrones. Not Game of Thrones. That doesn't apply to this at all. The Boys, any new show where the seasons are still good as they get on, but so little events happen because they're so scared of progressing the plot. Just so much more happens in Season 1 and Season 2. But
I haven't watched Season 2 yet. I'm trying to get her to watch it.
I like it a lot. Not incredibly eventful. Which that's just Season 2s and 3s now. The bear, fucking.
They find a formula and they're like, this will work forever now.
I think a part of it is too as well. They're writing for sequels, so if they have a very cool plot arc, but it's for Season 4, they're not going to include it in Season 1. Where they're going to put all the stops in Season 1 because they don't know if it's going to be a success. Regardless, you're in the stalls. you hear some heavy footsteps come up, and a 14-year-old boy, Henry, or Harold, your little cousin, comes up. What's going on?
I am returning home.
Oh, uh, Lord Jasper made me an offer, but I wanted to wait for you. We can do it here. I don't care. Um, he offered to make me a knight. But
Do you wish that for yourself? From him?
yeah.
Then
If it
take it. Go run to him.
okay. And Baelish goes, wait.
If the boy wants to be a man, let him.
And your little cousin nods and then runs off. Um, funnily enough, he would have been a detail I forgot until it just came out of my mouth. One of the youngest knights in history. But I don't think Harold is a strong enough young man to ask that of a very powerful lord. So he will not become a knight for a couple of years. The youngest knight in history was King George IV, who was knighted at 29 days old. A little toothpick on the shoulders. That's from real life, not Game of Thrones. King George.
I would hope
King
so.
George.
Jorge.
Tagon.
That's not Jorge.
You feel fucking awful. Give me an endurance check. As you wake up.
19.
19. You're able to sit up in bed. You hear, whoa, 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 whoa. Grabbing your shoulders is Amalia. Oh, Bruce is decently faded. Help! And a woman rushes in, some people behind her. Sit back down, sir.
Where are they?
Who?
They're all gonna fucking die.
Who? Sir.
Where am I?
The Red Keep. You're being healed.
He's gonna try and push her out of the way, and he's gonna grab at Amalia's wrist and start to try and leave.
Give me a strength check with disadvantage. Athletics, specifically.
That is an 11.
An 11. She kind of forces you down. Are you worried about anybody in particular? The attackers are all dead.
Just let me leave.
The king requested otherwise.
I don't care. Just let me go.
Duncan pokes his head in. What's going on?
Tell her to let me leave.
Lysa. And he puts her back. Bulric. Don't forget yourself.
My name is Tagon. I want to go home.
Everyone leave right now. And the maidens nod and go, and he puts a chair in front of the door. Why?
I want to be safe. I am not
You are
here.
safe here. You are safe
Amalia is not safe here.
You said Ulrich died defending you. You're not safe or closer to Bittersteel, I promise you. Just think for a moment. Please.
I wish to leave.
Aegon and Darrow have an offer to make you that would keep you in the public eye and therefore much safer, including Amalia. Where would you go? How can you cannot. Can you pilot a ship through that ice?
I've done it before.
You came in, that's much different. And there's nowhere in the Seven Kingdoms that is safer than this keep. I promise you. I know it may not seem like that. We are appointing new Kingsguard. We are... Just take a moment to recover at the least. It's been days. The attackers are dead. Gerald was forced out of the capital. Not that that has anything to do with anything, but Gerald was forced out of the capital. Aegon...
He's going to very weakly grab onto the metal chest plate of Dunk and trying to pull him down to him. I don't know much about your gods, but if this decision leads me to my death, let the stranger torture you forever. And he's gonna kind of let him go and lay back down, curling up into the wall rather than looking at everyone. Was that the stranger torture people that do bad?
What?
Does the stranger torture? It would have been Satan's gonna torture you is what I was going for.
Strangers would be the best applicable one. Absolutely, yeah, that was good. He's like, you should drink. And he gets you like a murky white liquid in like a cup.
And he's gonna.
It will help with the pain.
He'll drink from it. Drink of the poppy.
Correct.
I know.
Milk of the poppy.
Die.
We cut to Darrow and Egg sitting in the small council chambers. Egg has his crown down and he is very worn. Darrow says, I'm sorry how much I hid from you. The parties at court's loyal to you, loyal to Lionel, loyal to Gerald. You should have known more about it, and I failed as your master of whispers. Because you didn't know. I knew, but I had issue trusting anybody besides myself and my old Bravosi contacts. I am truly sorry. I could take your head. That is within my rights. You lied to me as my master of whispers. His cousin nods. One day, if Gerald becomes a larger issue, I may need use of your Dornish talents with procuring liquids. And Darrow takes a moment. Of course, Your Grace. And then Egg gets up and exits. Coming into Tagon's room is not Egg, but rather Kira, who comes over, dark skin, dyed pink hair. She begins, without taking a word, getting some ointment and applying it to your wounds as Amalia watches. I took over this service from one of the maids. I wanted to speak with you. You are from Essos, correct, Tagon?
Yes.
Whilst you were there, how much did you know about the Golden Company?
Not much. They operated in the area. I spoke more with people of lower standing than them.
Of course.
It's a struggle to get through every word for him. Whether it be losing his thought process or just struggling to speak.
You kept Vela very safe these past few days. If you ever need a person to talk to about your time in Essos, I may be one of the only people here that understands any of it. We may be. And she turns to Amalia, who just like nods and smiles, putting her hair in front of the bruise.
I am from Lys, specifically. So is she.
Tyrosh, myself.
Did Egg tell you of my father?
It came to me at some point through somebody.
Feels like this place is filled with ghosts. I feel like I see him around every corner. I used to be terrified that I'd see him, and now I do everywhere.
Trust me, I understand the feeling. But that's the thing about ghosts. It can be people you had intense anger and hatred for, and it can be people you loved. And for just a split moment, Kira reminds you of Megora for a half second. The ghosts follow us no matter if they loved us or wanted us dead when they were in life. But even if they wanted to, they can't help us. It's the people in front of us that can help us. And she finishes putting the ointment on and kind of helps set you back.
And yeah, he would just lay back down, kind of just staring off.
She politely nods and then takes her leave.
Could you take Amalia with you?
What?
Find her a book. Something of a better kingdom.
She beckons Amalia over, who like gently gets up, comes to you, gently hugs you. Probably hug her with like one arm, and then she goes with Kira, and the two of them exit, and you sit there alone. You did notice that as the door opened, 2 Kingsguard were outside your door. You don't see the other one, his identity, but one is clearly Duncan.
He is going to attempt. I think sitting at this moment, he would think of his father, and he would think about the things that his blood has given him. That being the dreams and him being here in the Red Keep. And his dreams have given him nothing. And in this moment, he would feel very repentant of that fact. And I think he would try to force out something from a dream. I think he would bash his head against the back wall and try and knock himself out.
Yeah, we see him sit there and contemplate and just cut the black. Roll me a 20-sided die, please. What you adding?
Nothing. 3.
You're walking through darkness. You hear that an animalistic growl in front of you. Green flame shoots into the sky, and a very large, green-skinned dragon. It looks mean and old and angry is in front of you. Roaring down in your face, the heat threatens to burn you. You look down, you're 10, a child, in front of this large beast.
Tagon is going to look up at it. And I'm going to roll an insight check. Specifically, is it afraid? Uh, 13. At 14, sorry.
It is afraid. It is so grandiose and so large and so stronger, and yet in front of you, it is more afraid of you, tinier. And you hear a babbling, and sitting on the ground next to you is Magor, the baby Magor. And you look, and Vela is there, and Kira is there, and Amalia is there, and Magor is there. All people tinier and more coming, tinier than this dragon who is roaring down at you all.
He is going to pick up baby Magor off the ground and begin walking towards the dragon with a single hand outstretched with the palm facing up.
It backs up at first. Can I get a animal handling check as Arian's sons both reach their hands out?
I think being a Targaryen, he would think of a dragon not as an animal, but as a personality. And I think that he would not be approaching this as an animal, rather as a person. Can I have persuasion?
Yes.
This is going to be an 11. But I think if anybody else was having this dream, I think it would be an animal.
I like that.
This is a 14. I rolled a 3, by the way, and just to tell you how crazy this shit is.
Breathes in your hand. An immense sadness fills this large beast's eyes as it looks at the crowd, and almost shame comes on its face. And he backs up. Shoots up a beam of acidic liquid, and then it falls back, and he showers in it as it burns this creature to the bone, and it just sits there committing this act of self-destruction to protect you all, almost, it seems, from it. As it sits there, coming out the exposed necks are some green flames, as through acid and green flame, this beast gets lit and collapses, and all of you are lit by this giant green bonfire.
I'm gonna make a perception check, or if you want me to, an insight check based on what I'm about to say. Um, what
The fuck?
what do it would definitely be an insight check. I look at the eyes of all the Targaryens here. What does it look that they expect me of?
Give me an insight check.
7.
They need you. You know Egg was a victim of your father, but he's already reached the station, the highest he can, and he's struggling alone. This is a simple minded little girl, an infant boy, a victim of being wedded off, sit before you. Women and children that have been hurt by this beast. The biggest victim of him that can rise high in station, Egg already has, but he's the only one of his kind. To ensure that more people cannot be hurt by the Aryan Targaryens of the world, you can't abandon him. You need to sit alongside of him and protect him so he can protect women and children and all the victims of the Aryans and the Daemons and the Magors of the world. The cruel.
Tagon is going to take a bone from the fire, and hand it to Aegon.
Coming through the fire, you walk to it and it parts, doesn't burn your skin. Grip the bone, tear it free, and almost as if you're holding a sword to him, he comes from behind the crowd and takes it, looks at you and nods, and forms a connection with you. As you put your temple to temple, he takes his crown off. Watt. Watt is in Acorn Hall as his father, Samuel Smallwood, comes up to him. It's been a few days. The ceremony is ready if you would like. It's nothing big at all.
All right.
Brings you out. Maester Eustace is there. A couple people that really, formally, this is their first time meeting you, the citizens of Acorn Hall. Informally, they've probably seen you a lot. But he just kind of beckons for you to kneel. Pulls out a long sword and puts it on your shoulder. I name thee Watt Rivers, man of my blood, the gilded acorn. I name thee Watt Smallwood. You will be risen in station to my heir, and let any man who claims otherwise be stricken of his tongue and bound for life. Puts it to your other sword. In the name of the seven, rise as heir to Acorn Hall. And he turns and sticks the sword on the ground, begins clapping, helps pull you up so other people are kind of forced to begin clapping. They kind of clap for you, and they seem mostly happy. Their lord has an heir again. You're a kind boy. Most people have positive interactions with you, and you just kind of sit there experiencing that.
What? You would just. I'll do a perception check.
Probably very, not embarrassed, but overwhelmed now.
Yeah.
Awful experience.
Just looking around at the room. Anybody he recognizes. Perception. That's going to be an unnatural 20.
A lot of faces you probably recognize from your years here. But as you look at them, you're not sure they recognize you. As you kind of take your cloak down, show off your short, snipped haircut, masculine. The only person that you're looking at that seems to look at you with familiarity is Maester Eustace, who just has a tear in his eyes as he claps harder than the rest. And you really only have two people that truly know you, Sam and Eustace, as Adam is gone.
Watt, very quickly after the ceremony is done, will snake his way through the crowd, and I think he would find himself at the Godswoods again. And he would walk up to the red tree and kneel before it again. I find myself thinking of you. I want to fulfill my purpose, and I know I am. But am I? Is what?
Gwen!
Oh my fucking god, that scared me so bad.
Jonah!
I think Watt would fucking...
Do you want to try to shoot at the sound?
Yeah.
Give me an attack roll.
Jesus, natural 20.
One of the crows above you looking down said Gwyn's name, and his head is now pinned. Your half-sister's name pinned to a tree. Another one said Jonah, and you look up.
Arlen? Richard?
So you look up, and they're saying the names of your dead siblings.
They're dead. Gwyn is dead. Are you gloating?
Sets of eyes staring at you, cocking their head.
Are you gloating?
Gwen? Dead?
He's going to start throwing a punch at the tree, and quickly remembering that he does not have the strength to brunt this hit. He'll
Especially
probably
on a weirwood tree.
end up hurting his
starting.
hand. So he very quickly flips his knife into his hand from its holster and stabs the tree.
Red sap leaking from the middle.
He quickly takes his flask and empties all the water out of it and starts collecting the sap. Not
As-
really knowing what he is doing, just assuming that this is what he's supposed to do.
As you gingerly begin taking it, some hits your feet, and you look down, and you're getting all of it. And you look, and it's coming out of the mouth on the face of the weirwood tree. And then from one eye, and then the other eye, as you back up, and from the eyes and the mouth and the hole in its head are all leaking this red sap that looks more and more like blood. It begins freezing to the tree, and then the ground, and then your boots.
I'm going to grab the raven if I can.
That's
that
it.
I
You might have
shot.
to scale for a bit, but you can.
And I am going to cut it open and let the sap fill it.
Oh, gonna need it.
Which sounds really gross to us, but I think would be semi-normal.
Making a drink?
No. You would sometimes use sap to sweeten a dish. He's not going to waste it.
Do you go and cook that and eat it? We can cut to Watt.
Yes.
Roasting it. A very sweet smell. Sit there nervously shaking. The crows continue looking at you. Do you want to take a bite?
I think he would go to his room first
Okay.
with his meal and set it at the table. I think he would take his flask out that he just filled with the sap and drizzle it over the meal he had just made, now that the sap is cooked into it, and then put a top of it, and he will eat.
Roll me a D20.
18. Do you want me to add my durability to that? Because it'd be a 22 if I did.
No,
you
you're
don't have to answer
fine.
the question.
You're fine.
If it's survival, then it would be a +7.
The things you do, no knowledge.
What did I do? What's this a reference to?
Nothing. You finish your meal. Would you like to sit down and go to bed?
How does he feel after eating that?
fine. It's very sweet, incredibly sweet.
Yeah. I think it would probably be pretty late at that point. I do know that eating the sap is like a thing. I knew that.
And as you look over, trees soaring beneath you, like you're flying above them. You look to your right, look to your left. Crows are around you, and you're leading a line of crows. As you approach the wall of the north, the largest thing you have ever seen in your life. You descend and descend and descend. And you land across from a very pale man that you know from description is a Targaryen who has one eye red and one eye normal. A slice in that red eye stares at you. Before you wake up out of bed, you had a very awful nightmare with a very terrifying man.
I think, and you're gonna think this is metagaming, but I don't think it is.
You just
I
ate
think-
weirwood paste without knowing it.
You
You're
know
not
what
metagaming.
you know what I'm about to what I'm about to say. I think then I'm gonna go find Eustace.
Yeah, you found Eustace.
Knock. I assume
in
it's
the
like
morning.
2 a.m.
Oh, sure.
In the middle of the night.
Whichever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eustace.
Yes. What? Yes. Good morning. No, not at all. Come.
I don't dream. Did I when I was young?
I don't recall you ever mentioning dreams. No.
I'm gonna roll a history check.
Cool.
Does that red eye cause me to know from like any readings who that person
He's a very
was?
unique looking motherfucker.
That's the only. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh mama, they
would
put
this
me in
be
the orb.
wisdom, or I think it would be intelligence.
I think so.
17 flat.
That guy fit the description of Brendan Rivers, Blood Raven. A terrifying Targaryen bastard who wreaked havoc in the Blackfire rebellions on the Blackfires in service to the Targaryen kings.
What do you know of Brendan?
Brendan?
Was it Rivers or Waters?
Rivers.
What do you know of Brendan Rivers?
The Blood Raven. He killed a man King Aegon didn't like, and he was sent north to the Wall. Before that, he served Aerys, Maekar, Daeron, Aegon the Unworthy, those kings. He's an excellent archer. That is all I can think of. Did you see Lord of Rivers?
Yes. I wish for no judgment on what I'm about to tell you.
Sit. And you guys kind of sit on his bed.
I ate some crow for supper last night, drenched in the sap of the weirwood tree.
Child, those trees hold an ancient and mystical force we cannot understand. Anyone that has a weirwood tree in their god's wood has been told not to eat of the sap when they're young. You know that.
It looked as though he saw me.
The quill?
Brendan. You said he was at the wall?
Last I knew, unless he's died in this winter, he's at the wall.
I've never ventured past the neck. Is there reason for me to take an adventure up there?
I can say without doubt, no.
If I were a superstitious man, I would say that what separates the seven from the old gods is one has purpose and one does not. From what I've heard, if you were to believe this, the old gods' visions and their efforts are sporadic and chaotic, and people go to their doom following them.
And the soldier doesn't do the same for his warriors? And the warrior doesn't do the same for his soldiers?
Yeah, I'm no religious man. I've never heard a man driven mad by the seven. I cannot say the same for the old gods.
I've seen truths drive men insane, as I've seen lies.
You were just named Heir. You cannot go to the wall in a winter. Boy, come on.
Have you been called upon by something you don't understand? Have you felt as though you were being called upon by
Perhaps
something you don't
need
understand?
some better rest.
No. I am young no longer. This is important. I am deciding it so.
You have had a more violent and exhaustive past few days than
I am
your father
the
has ever
heir
had.
of your lord,
And you want to throw it away? What?
and I have made a decision. I will journey to the wall, pay its lord commander my respects.
And what if you die to wildling or beast or northerner or knights? What?
The Reavers.
I must forbade it. What? You cannot go to the wall. It is full of murderers and slayers and rapers. And those that come to the wall do not always exit, and their deaths can be covered up, especially with villains like Blood Raven there. I will tell your father. I will tell whoever I need to. I'll tell Lord Stark, send a missive saying we will start a war to stop you. You cannot go to the wall, Watt.
I keep being given things. I do not get to choose my name. I do not get to choose my station. I do not get to choose whom I kill. I chose to drink from that tree.
You know what could lie
And
there
I will
for you, Watt.
choose to ignore you.
Very well.
I will sleep and I will make my way there. Good night, Eustace. He's going to stumble his way out of the room, probably still under the effects of that sap.
What would you like to do once you return to your room?
He's going to clear everything from his desk, and he is going to, with his knife, scrawl the image of Brendan Rivers' eye, his red one, into the desk as large as he can.
And then do you rest or do you begin? You wait till leave for the morning, you said, right?
Yes.
Baelish and Corliss ride. Behind them, Adam and Lyanna, striking up a small conversation. Jasper was not wrong in that we have little people to defend it. We were able to bring some firewood, but we'll probably have to go from your actions, which are fine, north. I'm sure Lord Ned would have no issue providing us with safety, food for at least 4 people.
I will stay at home. You can do what you will.
Okay.
This is what I fought for.
Yes.
And they would just continue writing. He would be silent.
In King's Landing, Aegon, sitting in the council chambers again, not his personal quarters, the council chambers with all of his kin. His brother-in-law, Brian Blackwood, Hand of the King, the entire council missing the Master of Coin, of course, as Gerald was forced home. sitting and just healing. Brian has his arm in a sling. A fresh busted eye. They're eating though, and they're drinking, and they're bonding. Duncan is playing, young Duncan, with Aegon's crown, and it like slips and rolls away from him, and he goes, "Sorry." Duncan's 10. He was not playing with it, but he was like inspecting it, and I'm sorry. And Aegon, no matter. And he holds it out to Jaehaerys, who was 8, and he takes it. Jaehaerys goes, who was sat next to Shayra. There's more than one crown, right? Whose crown was this? Aegon the Third. They called him Dragon's Bane. The dragons finally died out during his time, I believe. What crown did grandfather wear? Maekar wore a crown that looked fit for a warrior. I'll show it to you one day, Jaehaerys. Thank you. The crown Jaehaerys will end up wearing. Duncan. It was very difficult to convince Duncan that his family is fine and Duncan can do his duties. In fact, because it is now his duty as Lord Commander, Duncan is writing in the White Book. Evidently, at some point in time, Roland Craycall died. A very elderly man, probably mid-50s, for a Kingsguard position. If Duncan had been perceived at any point in time, the Craycalls are very loyal to the Lannisters. If you had ever made a perception check, perhaps Duncan could have been seen engaged with his Lord Commander. But currently, Sir Duncan the Tall has been made Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. He's writing in the White Book, Sir Willem Wilde, born at the Rain House in the Stormlands, the second son of Lord Lyman Wilde, fostered at Storm's End and trained alongside the sons of the Stormlords. He has not written this. This has been written by previous Lord Commanders. Knighted by Lord Rogan Baratheon after distinguishing himself in a melee, served in the Household Guard of Storm's End before entering royal service, appointed to the Kingsguard in 202 AC by King Daeron II Targaryen, escorted the royal Targaryen princes to Ashford, saved the lives of Prince Aegon and Sir Duncan the Tall in the Third Blackfire Rebellion. Duncan now writes, wounded during the terrible winter in 235 AC, died defending King Aegon's heirs from the cold. This was the man Duncan cut down in his very first scene. He goes on to write similar epithets for Donald of Duskendale, who he might have also killed. That was the man who was overthrown from a corridor. And for the previous Lord Commander, Roland Craycall, Duncan writes for. What?
Do you think this is the worst handwriting that's ever been written into this book?
Undoubtedly. That's a very good point. It is abysmal.
Every other thing is taking up like 2 lines. His takes up like half a page every time.
He got killed. No, I love the White Book. So cool.
Dead as fuck. Neck gone.
That motherfucker freezing. I didn't know when he said it was cold, he meant like this. Watch. You wake up in the morning. How are you feeling? What do you do?
I think he is still dead set on his task.
What would you like to do?
He gets up. Are there any like dyes in his room?
I would think so.
He would take some red dye and kind of smear it on the eye that he had carved last night. And that being his final, he would smear that on the eye and he would take a second and stare at it. And
some of the dye drips down from the eye as if it's bleeding.
And he kind of regards his work for a second and then quickly leaves, grabbing his bow and slinging it across his back.
Door's locked.
Okay. And he is going to walk over to his window and try and pull it up.
It would be like this.
Oh, yeah.
As you, that seems locked as well.
He's going to kick at the window. Stand on top of his desk and
give me an athletics check.
That is going to be a 1, unnatural.
sends pain shooting up through your legs. Your body has ridden harder than it has ever in the past few days, and that has made it very difficult. Um, kick against it, nothing happens.
He's going to try again. That is going to be a 14.
14. You are able to crack it a small bit at this time. Busted in a tiny bit.
He's going to try again. That is going to be an 18.
You are successfully you bust it this time. But it doesn't fall outwards, and as you take the pieces, it looks like 5 or 6 nets held up, you presume, by pittons in the stone wall. Evidently, you slept hard. Overcross. Thin beams of light get through the thin cracks over the window.
So it's just a net, or what?
Like 5, and these. Oh, sorry. To visualize, thick, coarse horsehair ropes like this. 5 of those laid over.
He's going to flip his knife out of its holster and begin trying to saw through them with it.
Give me athletics for the amount of time.
11.
You hear some movement. Something gets drug away from the front of your door and it gets ripped open. Get down! And the door closes. And your father is behind you.
He's just going to continue going.
What? Comes up and tries to grab at you, but not really. If you're about to fight it, not efficient enough to really pull you down. Your embrace that was once a hug and now feels very charged and painful instead. Do you fight it at all?
Yes.
Okay.
Just like holding himself against the ropes. You have given me so much. And there is nothing I could ever do to repay you for it.
Live.
But you have to let me.
Can you think of any slight reason as to why the wall would not be safe for you?
I can think of every reason why. That is why I must go.
I simply cannot allow it. You take one step outside, a bear cuts you up, bites your head off. What happens?
Then I'll tell them.
What the fuck?
I'll tell everyone.
What?
Give me this.
What? You just had this. Another fucking adventure? We're in a winter. What?
What have I not given you?
What?
I know to the public it seems you
don't
this
need to
gracious
have
father.
a child to know I want you safe, and the worst possible thing could happen to you up there.
I met a woman.
You wouldn't.
She was holding a baby. She stepped in front of the weirwood tree and asked me. Not asked me. And questioned her place under the 7. I have similar questions.
You wouldn't be the first person to do what you're doing and not come back from the wall and have their body disgraced. You can go. You'll have to fight me. And he backs up a slight amount.
Father, this is not something that you want. This is not something that I want.
I want you safe, and the only way I can ensure you're safe is to keep you locked up here until this winter is over. And if you plan to break through board and cut
At this
through
point,
rope,
would he have gotten through the rope?
I think if you continued, he would have tried to stop you.
Oh, okay.
So I don't think you've been actively cutting. You can return to that, no issue.
No, it's fine. I refuse to hurt you. You know as well as I do that if you attempted to keep me here all winter, I would find a way out. And I'm not going to fight you.
We can fix that. We can chain you. You can
go, but there is no version of it will be with my blessing. I'm sorry. I can't send off my only child left to be. Pull up your fist against me. Otherwise, stay here. I'll lock the door back, put the bookcase in front of it again, and I'll retie. Wait till you have child. Wait till you get married and they have a child, and then you can go. We can do that in less than a year. We can find someone. We can find any two people. Come. Be reasonable.
I don't think reason runs in our family. And he is going to drop Humble Thorn.
It just sinks into the stone from that Valyrian steel. You drop it in it. He looks between both of you and the blade quickly and comes up and grabs it.
I thought so much of you. And he's going to make a rush at the ropes, and he's going to try and just break through it with his body weight, with the cuts that he had made before.
Okay. The different approaches will have different pros and cons. The door is open.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
But whichever.
I don't think he would have dropped the knife. He was trying to have him lower his guard when he dropped the knife, if he was not jumping through the window. I did not realize the door was just fully open.
Okay.
So
he
I
took
don't.
that knife because in his head you were already locked in there for a year, 2 years, 3 years. He didn't know you in there with a knife alone. But give me we don't need all this. Give me an athletics or acrobatics check.
Acrobatics.
Ooh, that's crazy.
That's crazy.
Roll your die. Gonna make this motherfucker beat his son.
That is going to be 26.
26. I'll say he's able to grip on your shoe, grab at your feet, and you're gonna slam onto the ground. What, please? I want you safe. That's not crazy for a father. That shouldn't change your opinion, please. And he begins to stand now, hoping you won't do anything else after that. But he has you by the foot still.
I'm still on top of the desk. He just
You're going past him, right?
Yeah, I'm trying.
I picture you got most of the way. You dove past him and he grabbed your foot and went with you. So now you're at the door. You're just on the ground and he has your foot. He's slammed to the ground. Ugh, you hear him groan. What, please?
I love you. And he's going to kick him in the face.
Cool. Make an unarmed attack roll using your agility modifier.
Can I have advantage because he's prone?
What are you?
I thought I was still standing and he just had my foot and I'm holding myself against the doorway.
You could have been. Yeah, you can have advantage.
God, doesn't matter. Unarmed attacks. +6 +3. That was a 5. That's going to be a 14.
He's in regular clothes. You hit him in the face and you're able to... What? You hear scrambling behind you. What are you doing? You got your dagger? You got your bow?
I'm running to my horse.
You turn a corner and Eustace is there, walking, thinking, what? Oh, dude, just run past.
Yeah,
what?
As quick as I can.
What? Oh, dear. You're able to bust out the front door, and some people look at you for a second.
I'm going to attempt to make a stop at the weirwood tree.
So, traditionally, the bounds of a city, a godswood's in the corner.
Yeah.
So if you do that, you may have to scale one of those walls instead of coming out the front. Meaning you may have to not get your horse unless Acorn's Hall is here. You want to get your horse right to the weirwoods.
How much sap do you think I have left in my flask?
How much do you need for whatever the fuck you're about to do?
I just want to have enough to drink some on my way to have some more visions.
I think you get a full thing.
Cool. Then now, I'm just leaving.
Give me an agility check as you jump on a barrel, then on top of a wagon. The most focused we've ever seen Watt been.
Just straight agility.
Yes.
12.
Acrobatics, I apologize.
Oh, 15.
And right as Watt sees a horse being brought out, it's not even. Do you think Watt would want his horse?
Yeah.
Okay. You go and you land on a horse, startling the guy leading it, and then you dismount and you bust open. And by the time Lord Sam goes, "Shut the gates! Find Watt!" We cut outside of Acorn Hall or outside of Smallwood Land. Watt is going into the darkness. Please cut to session 7, scene 4, as we, funnily enough, are at the wall.
Scene 4 where? I don't have.
I may have failed you, Ashton. I did fail you. Incoming.
You awful person.
Scum.
Okay.
Wind slams like a battering ram into the chambers of Brendan Rivers. Beyond these doors, the wall stands.
That works so. You did not plan that. That's
Nope,
crazy.
not at all. You asked to go to the Godwood. Oh my god. Snow drifts through the darkness beyond Castle Black's torches, vanishing into the vast wilderness north of the wall. A knock comes. Brendan, staring into the fire, answers without looking away. Enter. Maester Amon steps inside.
Lord Brendan?
Maester. Amon finds the chair opposite him and sits. The raven from Eastwatch troubles you.
They report scout ships. They think them to be the Blackfires.
They will come again. They always do. I spent half my life hunting Damon's brood, half my life ensuring they never sat the Iron Throne.
And succeeded.
For a time.
You think another rebellion is certain?
I know it. The Golden Company survives. The sons and grandsons of exiles survive. Every grievance survives. Men remember defeats far longer than victories. And Daeron's reign is long behind us.
Egg believes he can heal those wounds.
Egg believes many things. He believes the realm can be made just. When he was a boy, he once informed Magar that every peasant ought to own a horse.
I remember.
He was 8. He has not grown much wiser.
Do you ever wonder whether we failed him? You believe he betrayed you?
He did. He knew what that sentence meant.
You had killed a prisoner.
I executed a traitor. An old argument, one they had never resolved. Still, Egg knew. He knew sending me here would remove me from the game.
The realm feared you.
The realm needed me.
Did it? I betrayed him as well.
There speaks a man more honest than most Septons.
I fled. Everyone praised my choice. They should not have. When they came to me with the Great Council's decision, I knew what awaited me. The crown, the burden that had killed my father, and his before him. I did not want it.
No sane man does.
I told myself it was for the good of the realm. But part of me was merely grateful to escape. And so, Egg became king.
And you came here.
And you, soon after.
Brendan turns, bored of this, back to his flame.
What do you see coming?
The rebellion.
Beyond that.
The pale eye shifts towards the window now, towards the wall, towards the darkness beyond. For the first time, uncertainty enters his voice. Something other than man. Death in a pure form. There are powers in the world that neither maesters nor kings understand. I spent my life watching men, and now I wonder whether men were never the greatest danger.
You speak like a woods witch.
Perhaps I have become one. Can Corliss please give me a perception check?
I know you didn't prepare for it, but would Brendan say anything of a vision that he had recently? Of a
Eamon, not at all.
cool.
So that worked out decently. Eamon is his last contact to someone that views him as a family member instead of Brendan Rivers Bloodraven. He wants to culture that a lot. He probably talks about Egg to him all the time. Tries to bond with him over how they both failed him.
You said perception, by the way.
Correct.
That is going to be
17. Hearthstone comes into view. Dilapidated lands. If it wasn't in the dead of a winter, the trees and the thickets would probably be overrun, but luckily the chill has kept it at a standstill. The growth. A very nice large castle. Walls of pale stone with blacks and reds. Some cracks in them, some things that would need to be fixed, but you can ride right up, dismount, and throw open the front doors to see cobwebs. 6 or 7 corpses that look like they froze or starved here, seeking safety. Baelish immediately beckons the horses in. The horses, he just has them sitting in Hearthstone, and he shuts the doors in immediately, even though he's exhausted. He's an incredibly old man for this. Comes and begins covering the bodies. I apologize,
Baelish,
Lady Lyanna.
you
Yes, my
don't
lord?
have to do all that. We'll drag them out soon.
We should get you all to the fire. Come. And Baelish, being the most familiar with this location, the only familiar, quickly brings you all to a fire.
I think Corliss would allow them to start heading towards the fire, but he would stay and begin dragging the bodies outside.
Cool, just give me an athletics check for that. Stacking them up right outside the entrance.
Yeah. That is a 12.
12. You're able to do that decently. You come back minutes later. Corliss comes over.
Corliss comes over?
Yeah, to you.
To
Baelish
me as a
comes
person.
over. If you don't care about ceremony, we can sit by the fire. Wait a second and warm ourselves. And we can do it right here.
If she is okay with that,
I don't think she cares.
let us go.
We move to them sitting by the fire. Zooming out from that, we see Watt quickly ride by until we cut to Tagon. You've healed decently. What would you like to do?
How much have I healed?
Full. I'll say full. For the purposes of lore, you're still very fucked up. You'll have to walk with a cane probably the rest of your life, but mechanically, you have experienced no disadvantages.
He is going to just start walking through the halls, looking not looking for anything in particular. Actually, he is going to the staff kitchen and he is getting some breakfast.
You go there, and you see again the place you first met him, Darrow, but much less relaxed, Dornish vibes. He sees you, he immediately shoots up. Come here, Bulwark. And he helps you sit down and brings you food. How are you doing?
The food's not any better.
I'm sure. Here, moves his cup to you. You fought through the night. The nights. Like a true soldier. I've never seen a man recover from anything like that.
I know.
You still look good.
I am not disillusioned with the meanings that your words can have. I care not for you placating me. What happened?
It would seem
All evidence points to the fact of Rob Rain staging a coup. His signature being seen at one of the gates that let in the wagons that had Baratheon antlers and armor, and we captured no survivors. We found 2 locked in a room, but they killed themselves. It seems Rob Rain staged a coup, staged a coup. Gerald Lannister feigned ignorance to it.
The 2 men that killed themselves, was there not a sword on the outside of the room?
There happened to be.
I count them towards me. Along with Rob Rain, and he's going to roll deception on that.
Deception?
He didn't kill him. He doesn't know he killed him.
Give me a deception check.
And if you want to give him, if whatever the DC is, if you want to lower that, because he actually is dead and they figured that out, whatever. But
It won't be difficult. No one knows who killed Rob. No one else has taken.
that is plus 11. So that would be 28.
I will spread rumor or word that Bolric the Unarmored defeated. Seemingly every player character has gotten a new name this session. Corliss the Steeled Raven, Watt Smallwood, and now Bolric the Unarmored. I come to you with a genuine offer. Join my station as my version of a hand. I want you to help me do what you've been doing in an official capacity as Bolric of Essos. You will be better armored than you are now, better trained with more weaponry. We can send Amalia back to Lys. We can keep her here. We can do whatever you want. She will stay under lock and key and eyes of at least 3 guards at all times.
He would
Through
remember
this winter.
He would remember his conversation with Kira that he had while he was laying down. The Golden Company is still a worry, isn't it? Not responding to anything he just said.
Until Bittersteel is in the ground, I fear it will always be a worry. Even after Bittersteel's dead, it could still cause trouble for Westerns. Dogs run through the keep. I'll be right back. Okay.
I tire of Bolric. The Golden Company will make its way here. That is why they were trying to get me in Lys. I think it's important for the visage of the small folk that not every bastard of the Targaryens wishes for their downfall. I can go by Waters. What's the one for Crownlands?
Waters.
I can go by Waters, Rivers. What's the one for Essos?
Doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist.
I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
Dorne.
Or whatever else you wish.
I also had a thought with Ig. Would you want to go to Essos, to the Golden Company, infiltrate them, learn their secrets, make a case for yourself
And the second they hit Westeros borders, ride with horse to King's Landing as fast as you can and tell us.
But what of Amalia? She could not come with me, but I don't trust her alone here.
We thought on that too. I think her coming with you is the option. Bittersteel is many things, but he would not let the Gordon Company's organized. Any violence that would come to her of the most cruel nature would not permit. I imagine that is the chief concern.
Yes,
Then,
we'll go.
very good. We will armor you, we will clothe you, we will feed you, we will send you there.
Okay. And what do we get when we return?
The troubles of this station have permitted much stronger than I thought they would. And this is in a winter. I fear through all my clever scheming and all my wiseness that I am still unfit for this position. You help us defeat the Blackfire rebels, and that would be the biggest case for a man to sit in the position of Master of Whisperers I've ever seen. Take over for me, sit on the small council, third highest position, second only to the hand of the king. And Brian is much older than you, maybe after him. You could be the hand of the king.
I'll do it.
Very well.
Before, there was probably a lot of shakiness in his voice saying that he would, and this time it's definite. There is no question in his mind about whether he would do this or not.
I would go speak to Aegon about this.
I will. Tell them it tasted like garbage, and he's going to stumble his way out of the room.
Darrow went into that scene hoping you would not ask to be made public. That's why that was the only situation where Aegon gave him the go-ahead to say go to Essos is if you asked to be made public. Last Bastards weren't great. Aegon has to make difficult choices, and getting you out of here if you want to be made public is one of them, as Aerian's bastard. Aegon, do you go to Aegon first, or do you want to seek out Amalia and inform her of this?
He would go straight to Aegon, unfortunately.
So you go to the small council. Seems Aegon's been bolted there as of late. It is now empty hours after that last scene of him with his family. Maybe a lunch was had. Now you come in. Boric, come. Have you spoken with Darrow?
Yes.
What did he say?
I'm going to roll insight
Okay.
into what he's expecting me to say. God damn it.
This is two charisma builds. Aegon
9.
is in fact a schemer.
I full rested. I have scheme dice.
If you're using scheme dice, he's going to use... Let me pull up Egg's character sheet. Holy fucking shit. Did not think this would need to happen. It's just of a character sheet, more of a stat
I'm going to
block.
use both of them. So I have 9 so far. Added 1. That's great. Oh, and I have 3 of them now because I have a +3. So I'm going to use all 3 of them. I lied. So we're at 10. 12. Jesus Christ. Can you stop? 18.
34. And he still has 3 scheme dice to spare. Egg's very high level. He fought in 2 rebellions. He's been on the road with Dunk. In reality, he would probably be like a warrior, multi-class with schemer due to him being a straight up armored knight in two of the Blackfire Rebellions. He could afford to do so because he was sixth in line to the throne then. For our purposes, I've made him just a schemer. Intellect plus proficiency, he used 6 of his 9 scheme dice. What'd you get?
18.
So I got a 34. He is staring at you, unflinching, absolutely no indication. He simply asked, "What did Darrow say to you?"
I will go to Essos.
Very good. We will keep you safe the best we can. We will. I'm sure he's told you armor you.
Does Amalia have to go? Is there somewhere else we can put her?
Unfortunately, I don't believe there is any place we can keep her safe here. Look at the ordeal we just went through. You saved her life multiple times during that, and none of my men were close. She's a very clever girl, and it would be good for you to not be alone there.
If this causes our demise, I don't know what exists after this world, but I will spend all of my time wishing for the downfall of the Targaryens. He says this very quietly, right next to him.
I wouldn't expect any less.
Good day, Egg. I hope to see you again.
As do I, Tig.
He's gonna walk out.
You walk. Corliss, you're in a thick, heavy cloak, trying to look as handsome and professional as you can while still saying warm in this very
You
cold
said
environment.
Corliss.
Corliss.
Sorry.
Baelish comes up, kind of wipes some smuts off of your face. He's like, "Are you ready?"
Yes.
I'm sorry, your father should be here for this.
He is. You may continue.
I just wanted you to know. I'm an old man. Anytime I step out into that winter, I might not return, and that is okay because I'm doing it in return of this house. I just wanted you to know, in case I don't. I loved your father. True and honest. Perhaps, in a way, your 7 would not appreciate. He was a good man. And I'm glad I can be here if he can't be. Let's go.
And brings you over. You turn the corner with Adam serving as like a guard, the only official guard to this wedding of a lady of a house and a lord of a house. Lyanna has a very beautiful wedding dress on. White sleeves going up her whole way, knitted lace ravens of red and black, very tiny ones. Baelish leans over.
I packed your mother's dress.
And then Baelish comes over and you sit in front of Lyanna, who is seemingly trying her best to seem not intimidated at the least.
I don't know the words I should say now. So I'll simply say something true and simple.
Lord Corliss Clansbane Corbray, do you take Lady Lyanna Royce to be bound to you?
I do.
Lady Lyanna.
He's looking directly past her at Adam.
Lyanna, staring at your feet, looks up to you as her name is called out and sees your eyes are blank. Lady Lyanna, do you take Lord Corliss Clansbane Corbray to be your lawfully wedded husband?
At the direct end of that question being asked, he like kind of blinks for a second and then like stares at her, like fear in his eyes.
I do.
Then you are bound in this holy matrimony, and you are one.
And Lyanna takes your hand in hers and just
gives the most emotionless kiss possible, but then pulls back from that. Your first kiss, definitely. And then hugs you in a sentiment that seems much more warm and romantic than the kiss.
He will hug her back. However, the kiss, I don't think he moves at all.
Cut outside, Baelish riding away. Tagon. You find Amalia now. She is in her room recovering. She is talking to Dela, who was the eldest. Oh, I got the words wrong. Dela's not here. She's giving birth to a really big dude out who is going to be an ancestor of Brienne of Tarth. Vela is here, not Dela. Dela is one of Aryan Aeg's sisters. There was two. They each got wedded off. Yeah. Vela is telling you hear she's talking to Amalia. Yeah, I had this dream of this very large. I think it was a dragon, and then you come in. Oh, Bolric, it's nice to see you. You look okay.
Yes, you said something of a dragon. Now you can continue your story.
I had a dream of a dragon, and a nightmare might be a better term, and it off put me. I shouldn't get in between. Both
What
of you.
happened?
Nothing. I really must be going.
As she begins to walk past him, he is going to grab her arm in an almost aggressive manner. What happened?
Nothing, please. And she begins tugging. Is this insight?
I'm gonna roll persuasion because he's more desperate than trying to be mean, but it's aggressive to her because she is a small girl. That is going to be. Why am I? What? 29.
Oh, well. I saw a dragon of green skin and green flame.
And it burned itself alive.
And she starts tugging on her arm. And she runs away. Amalia goes, Is everything okay, Take?
Yes.
How are you feeling? And she comes behind and kind of, in a motherly way, touches your face. Are you okay? She shuts the door, locks it.
Yes. I'm...
Here, sit. I mean, she has a cup of tea that her and Vela were drinking too, and she sets them down in front of you. Drink.
Yes. He takes a sip. I have good news for you. We are going home.
Talise?
To Assos.
It'd be warmer. Is this because of something I did?
No. I'm getting a promotion. And we have to go to where I can do my job.
Okay. What is your job?
We are going to go do what I've always done and make some new friends.
For the king?
For the king. But we can't tell them that we are from the king because they are not friends with him.
Oh, okay. Easy. I've been doing that all this time here. Are we going to get new names? Sorry, that's silly.
No, it's... We'll be using our own.
Okay.
I wanted to let you know. Nobody... You know no one can ever make you do anything, right?
Oh. Yes. Kira. Yes.
Not... There is never a consequence too great to getting what you want. Sacrifice everything for what you want. This is the first, like, true advice that he feels within himself that he's given to Amalia. Every other piece of advice is probably just something from a book.
And from that awful head wound, a tiny bit of blood starts dripping. Okay.
I want to teach you all that I can, but I want you to be better at this than me. I'm emotional and an idiot. But you are smart. You are quick. I want you to be with me at all times. I want you to watch what I do. I want you to see how I talk to people. I don't think I've done well enough at allowing you to protect yourself, and not only just with a sword. I will not fail you any longer.
Okay.
Pack your things. And he's going to,
Okay.
like, very quickly get up.
Lightheaded at first.
And I think he would have the drink in his hand, having only taken one sip out of it. And as he stands up, he forgets about it, and it falls and spills on the floor, and he stumbles his way out of the room, not even realizing it.
And that liquid dripping down those wooden planks cuts to water rushing down a swamp, a frozen swamp, as Watt jumps a hill and continues riding. We lead on Watt quite a bit, and we get to the wall before he does. And Lord Commander Jack Musgood is sitting in his chambers, sipping on a soup. The wind blows one of his windows in. Sons of bastards. Sits it, gets up, goes over there, shuts it, begins moving back. It blows open again. He shuts it for a third time. Fuck. Begins moving. It goes again, and he sits at it. An arrow protruding from his chest. And he slams to the ground as Watt's horse slams its hooves and begins riding even harder, getting into the north now. In the north. Screaming of a woman as Marna Locke is giving birth to Rickard Stark, father to Ned, Brandon, Benjen, Lyanna Stark. Push, says Maester Rogaire, as Ned is rubbing the face of Marna. She shoves, and as Rickard is brought out, a beam of light hits him as some of the winter's clouds part and a thin beam of light comes through. Can we get the final scene of this session? Session 7, Scene 5.
I don't have that either. Is it
also
Tau
don't.
final scenes?
You are. That was all of them in one, but even then, I'm sending it to you right now.
Cool.
You would not have access to it. Let me do a little of this. Do a little. The hustle and bustle of a small keep entertains all who watch. Farmers take their goats in a cart. A butcher chops meat. I just shared it. That should be an issue. Or that should not be an issue. I apologize. I don't want to expose your email necessarily. If you go into Tau Final Scenes and you open up the 5th link, it doesn't give it to you.
Oh.
Even then, I did just share it as a link, so you still should have gotten an email if that's what you were looking for.
Why did it do it that way?
You're fine.
That's fine.
You got it?
Yeah.
Cool. No issue. The hustle and bustle of a small keep entertains all who watch. Farmers take their goats to a cart. A butcher chops meat. Little children chase cats. We zoom in to see a young girl in her mid-teens climbing a tree and reaching for a play ball stuck in the tree. She jostles it loose but falls. And she laughs in the mud, and dogs run over and start licking her face.
Lord Samuel Smallwood sits at his desk, writing with a quill and ink. He is older, a balding head with brown slicked back hair, but younger than we've seen him, in a thin graying beard. His door slams open. Lady Smallwood enters. Go on. A woman enters, dragging the young girl by her wrist, gripping it tight. Tell your father what you've done, Gwyn. Samuel sits up straight, sighing and rubbing his eyes and setting his quill down. Gwyn stumbles in, catching herself before she falls. Her dress, once a gentle yellow resembling her house colors, now is streaked with dirt and torn along the hem. She stares at the ground, eyes red. Tell him! She releases Gwyn, turning away with a huff. Handle this, husband. I will not have a daughter who behaves like a kennel girl. With that, she leaves and silence fills the room, slamming the door shut. After a moment, well,
I was climbing a tree down by the lower yard. I slipped.
Selma's eyes linger on the torn hem, then move back to her face. Were you climbing trees because you wished to climb trees or because you knew it would ruin the dress your mother chose for you? The Septons say you must honor thy father and mother. That is one of the simplest teachings, and yet one of the hardest to follow when you begin to think for yourself.
I did not do it to hurt her.
I know, but you did not mind that it might. My first elder brother died in the Black Dragon's War 2 decades ago, and I became Lord. Sutton was executed for treason by that pale-skinned, red-eyed bastard they claim has king's blood. That same year I was blessed with my final child, a beautiful little girl. Sometime later, the great spring sickness, and my last brother died, and his sweet son.
Uncle Jorah and cousin Sandor.
I had prayed the war would be the last of the rebellions in my lifetime. Or I prayed. Then 8 years later, Arlen died. My first boy died in my arms in the Crownlands. Gwyn bows her head, respectful of her father's sadness, and mourning in her own sort of way. Then 7 years later, further tragedy. Your brother Richard, hiding from me because I was pissed about something or other. Whatever inn he was staying in caught a flame, and all I can think about is that I hope he went in his sleep. The same year Richard died, wildlings came down and killed Lord Stark. They took his head, and thoughts persist in mine own of how fragile life is. Gwyn looks back up, her eyes watery.
I miss them.
As do I, my love. He stands up, quickly hugs her tight. He exits, but the hug is brief, yet affectionate. He leans against his desk and wipes an eye. Masters predict every year that winter climbs closer, and with Jonah being sickly at best, with your mother's saddened state, as of late years, weakness corrupts us of our body and mind. From the wall to Dorne, from the Iron Islands to Lys. He drinks from a goblet grim. All this world is men killing their brothers, willing to kill their brothers and forget their sons, willing to sell off their daughters and set their wives aside. It's disgusting, sickening, and the seven above have seen fit that the station of a man only strengthens his villainy. A man is awful, a lord demonic. A king holds the realm in his hand and chooses the fate of millions. He could make every correct decision, and the position would still be a temptation no man is strong enough to resist. He turns to her fully now, something searching in his gaze. It makes me think that a man is the wrong choice.
For what?
For power, for its implications and struggles. You are my only daughter, my last strong child, perhaps. Your mother would have you believe that a woman's grace is her only power.
A stupid idea.
I know. Yet you should not seek to anger her for it, nor me. Pleasing your parents is not a small thing when it binds a house together. Without that, everything frays like cut rope. He reaches out, not quite touching her torn sleeve. But neither should you believe that you are only what the world says you are.
Then what am I?
That is something this world will try very hard to decide for you.
I would prefer it didn't.
Gwen glances down at her ruined dress, then back to him.
Will you tell her I didn't mean to ruin it?
Yes, that the dress can be mended, as most things can be.
What of my future, Father?
Your future?
I have dreaded it for years. I am simply destined to marry whomever you and Mother choose, especially after our tragedies. Will I be expected to pump out as many little boys and girls as my body can handle? I will not have that.
She begins tearing up. Never. We would never. I, as Lord, would not let that occur. You will wed a man you enjoy and respect.
And if he is some craven villain who shows his true colors after the wedding?
Then I give you permission to slit his throat while he is abed. He goes closer again and holds her face in his hands. I will go to war for you, Gwyn. You are my hope and strength and love on two legs. Gwyn buries her face in his chest.
As long as I don't have to get married in this stupid dress.
I'm sure we can arrange that. In fact, I'll talk to your mother. I think we should hold off for a few more years than is tradition. Not just because you deserve those years, but to wait and see what transpires in this tumultuous time.
Really?
She hugs him tighter, and Samuel ponders. Yes, to most names are stronger than blood, but in years, if the name remained, no one would remember if the name came from a queer source.
What?
It is nothing. Oh, we should celebrate my decision. Do you want to go practice something? Archery, perhaps? Gwen's face lights up. Later, next to the keep, she is aiming at a target. Remember, loose when you let your breath out. Gwen nods, and the arrow sinks into the center of the target. She cheers and embraces her father, as he twirls her. They hold each other, and a lone snowflake comes from the sky and falls until it lands on her bow, melting. We cut from that arrow in the target to Jack Musgood, bled out.
What is his house crest?
Musgood is, I
I
believe,
know he would be in the black, but
Musgood is a very small house, but I do believe it has a crest.
I'm hoping it resembles a bullseye because that would be so freaking. The
It's-
circle wreath.
It's on quadrants because it is from two houses. So a wreath, and two tents. So right in the center of that.
Do you
No
think
one's
in
gonna
the
tell the-
stones the blood would follow in a circular pattern around him?
Maybe. He could have had his own personal sigil. He's pathetic, and those who wouldn't want to speak back to a Lord Commander wouldn't want to tell him that, and those who care think he's pathetic and don't care.
Them calling him lazy, his personal sigil being that, but it's a target with a bullseye.
He sits there.
Ah,
Brendan overlooks him, exits, takes his arrow, stabs down with a dagger to make it look like any dagger could have done this. Closes this door. A man yells up, Lord Brendan, is Lord Commander Musgood awake or abed? He is indisposed. How can I help you? Someone's here for you. Watt is at the front of those gates, and unbeknownst to him,
Brendan is expecting him.
Brendan is expecting him as he comes down and the gates open and they make contact, and then far, far away, a very old man that should not be alone in the snow, Lord Samwell, rides after him. Before we end here, Corliss, Watt, and Tagon all notice the sun begins shining through the clouds. As Corliss looks out the window and Lyanna nervously begins undressing, as Watt stares with this man from his dreams and they have an understanding, and as Tagon and Amalia look out across the narrow sea. Is there anything you would like to do from each perspective before we end with the final scene. They all level up as well, at least once, probably
I
twice.
think the scene with Corliss, we would be looking out the window, listening to the sounds of them coming together, and there would be some like movement, and they would be quiet for a second, and then some movement, and then I think we would hear somebody get up, the pitter patter of feet, and then a door slam, um, and then it would go on to the next person. Which was just me meeting with Brendan, and
That sound lines up with the doors of the Night's Watch of Castle Black opening.
and then that would when that scene happened,
Mhm.
And they would meet, and then Tagon, I think, would be reading up on how to pilot a boat.
As he does not wait for winter to end and goes now.
Yes.
Keeps her bound, gets his fair pick of the boats as there's no one here to keep him, slices a rope off, and they begin moving out. Across the narrow sea lies the Golden Company and Bravos. We come and we see a very large encampment full of knights, soldiers, Dothraki, Associs of all colors, Bravosi, Lycians, Lycini, just in various armors. A man of comparable age to Brendan, many wounds that make him limp, golden armor, thinning, swept back hair, a great thin beard, a hulking man. And beneath the gold lies the bitter steel. A man comes to him with a missive. Sir Agor, we get reports that the frost of the north is beginning to dwindle. He nods. Get me Thornos. And I hope all of you will enjoy returning to us for Beneath the Gold, our sequel series in 2 weeks' time, as we will follow a new character, Thornos of the Blackfire of the Golden Company, and we will see a year later past this outside of winter. All characters will be 2 levels higher. They'll be level 7. They'll be ready for combat. 7, good number. And we will see to the full extent the 4th Blackfire Rebellion and the last.
Heck yeah. That was awesome.
Normally I would end the session right now, but do you want to talk about anything?
Okay,
This is the first finale we've ever done for anything ever. So
Yeah. Well, except for Ballad of Scrum Rat, but that was
true, but that's gonna continue.
Oh, and I guess Bloom and Decay, but
growth.
But yeah, I agree. It's the longest running thing
Yes.
that we've had a finale for.
Yes.
Who was in that room?
Who?
The woman that screamed. That Tagon could not recognize who it was.
I don't think Amalia would want to tell you that you almost hit her in the face with a gold coin as she was running after you. She stopped you from killing yourself. That was Amalia. But she's never going to tell you that.
I really thought it was, and then I rolled a natural 1 on realizing who it was, and it didn't.
Taeon was tweaking. Watt spoke to ghosts. Corliss fought 100 men. Taegon has had it the worst out of everybody. In one day, Taegon killed like 12 men.
Taegon is a menace, and for no reason. He does not deserve that title in any way. He was just swinging that sword, and it hit its mark for some reason. He swung that sword like it was a baseball bat, and he won. Is the issue here.
Well, something he could only have a capability to do if it was Bright Roar. Which unfortunately did get sent back with Gerald. You do not have Bright Roar.
God damn it.
It has to be able for Darian to lose it. I have to give it away so someone can lose it. Tyrion's favorite uncle has to lose it in the sea. What are we talking about?
Come on. That was the main thing I was thinking about. I like where Watt's going a lot.
Do you want to talk about anyone's character arcs or what certain things may have been revealed or save them for a later thing?
Corliss is gay. If you can't tell.
Corliss is gay.
And he wants to be with Adam at this point, I think. And he just does not, I don't think he's realized that fact, but I think he does.
Because Corliss was so focused on
romantic attraction was so far down on his list.
He did
But
not care.
I think 18 is a late time to notice it. I think Corliss is realizing he's gay. At the very least, Lyanna does nothing for him. And she's picturesque. She's 17, young. I'm going to stop myself
Do you
there.
think
She is a beloved woman in that area. People think she's very beautiful.
do you think that the newly born Rickard would have chosen the name Lyanna because of this uncle that he has? Well,
Possibly.
this family friend that he has.
Possibly. I don't know. Why would I be smart? Obviously nothing major happened in this series for like affecting lords. The biggest event was probably Lord Ardo Stark's death. But I let little things have.
Who was the woman?
The Aarons and the Starks have a very strong alliance, which may later include Tullys and Baratheons. Maybe Rickard named his daughter after a family.
Yeah.
You don't change anything, but you are the reason things happen. Who was which woman?
The in Harrenhal.
So,
Are you able to tell me, or is that
I'll
something that
tell
will get
ya.
discovered later on even more?
I don't think she's going to show up again.
Cool.
In House of the Dragon, which takes place 100 years ago, Daemon encounters that very same woman.
So, and we don't know who it is?
Well, her name was Alice Rivers. She was a person. Another Targaryen weds her and they have a lot of kids. But the last time we hear about her is decades later and said she looks very young. So I think, we don't know, but I think Alice may be doing some drinking blood shit to keep herself young.
And she's hiding in Harrenhal somewhere.
In the darkness of the castle, whispering into because
Bloody Mary.
He finds her in Harrenhal. Alice Rivers.
Bloody Mary.
So
Rivers of
100
blood.
years later, if this was a TV show, the same actress would be in a show 100 years later and be the same person, which is scary as fuck.
I love Watt. I love Watt going towards the old gods. I think that's really fun. and
Dog, holy fucking shit. Which,
that was
the three
crazy
kind of
foreshadowing.
major religions, Associ, Valyrian, Tagon. Obviously, the new gods with Corlys being knighted, knighthood such a big part of them. Old gods. Guess Watt's becoming fucking crazy.
I love Watt being this crazy, like shaman-esque old man
Do you want to say
ruling
anything
over
about
the
Watt?
small woods.
Do you want to say anything about Tagon?
If you, no, I think both of their stories are pretty self-descriptive. There are, of course, some things that you can figure out about Tagon, some things you can figure out about Watt, but I think they're pretty self-explanatory if you're paying attention.
I had a lot of fun. I'm very excited to see the storytelling, the things we can do without being inhibited. Like, you can't go there. Winter's fucking going on. Winter's going to end this year, 235, 236 is the 4th Blackfire Rebellion.
So, currently, what is the plan on hypothetically other people joining for season 2? Does that not happen, do you think?
My only thing is,
You're wanting a similar story structure?
yes. And additionally, you're playing 4 people. Do I mark you down to 1 a session? We only have 7 sessions.
Yeah.
Do I mark? Yeah. So, I think I won't return to this universe after Beneath the Gold. Unless it's like a Baelish prequel, and I would only want to do a Baelish prequel if only you play Baelish and everyone else plays the characters. Yeah, Baelish was gay for your dad.
I figured that out.
And something I hinted all the way back in Watt's backstory. Maybe no. Corlys's backstory. Evidently your father had a little thing for a little Targaryen wifey.
Yeah.
The first thing on Creighton, on Corlys Corbray's backstory, Creighton, it says there's whispers that Creighton was unfaithful, but no one can deny he had a deep love for his wife. So evidently he loved 2 women. And his dying words were Rohan, who was the wife of Daemon Blackfire. He fought for the Blackfires.
Dang.
Still not a very clear explanation, but an indication that, and we would see in a Baelish prequel what happened.
So Corlys might have a brother out there that he never knew about.
Maybe they could bring him to court, legitimize him, pull a Watt or a Tagon.
We had this son. He's now 50.
We had a kid. He just like his daddy. He big, full beard.
100% tile.
He going D1 in tourneys. I call him Brawny.
Lissy.
Corliss is the LeBron of. He will be 50-year-old Corliss. My ideal ending for Corliss, if he doesn't die before the events of the Black Fire Rebellion, is that in the Nine Penny Kings War in like 260, he dies as like a 50-year-old man with a couple teenage kids. Or he lives to 70 and he dies in the Robert's Rebellion. But he ain't dying in a bed. He dying in a field.
And then I think if we were
If he
going to
doesn't die
force
in the
this story
rebellion.
into the world, the Hans tourney later on would have the son of the Corbreys probably there.
Oh, yeah. Fuck. It'd be fun if we did. Because I would love to play one where you guys are small folk in the War of the Five Kings just trying to live.
Yeah.
You being like the bastard of the current Corbray or something. There are current Corbrays. That's the thing. You're playing a Magic House. There are 3 Corbray characters in A Song of Ice and Fire that are varying levels of important. They're all low, but
But I think we shouldn't give up anything else
okay.
towards anything else. But
I thought this session would be like 5 or 5.5 hours. I cut a lot of stuff that I think would be more beneficial in Beneath the Gold because we're doing it right after this 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So pretty concise. This will be the longest episode, 4 hours 5 minutes, which is just kind of a standard D&D episode. But that's
yeah.
because there's more people.
But yeah, thank you
A
very much for
concise
watching.
first season of The Ashes of Winter. Thank you for
Very,
watching
very
session
concise.
7 as the Crow and Raven fly.
Damn.
Okay.
I hope y'all enjoyed watching.
Mhm.
We will have more stuff coming out very soon. Choral Council, Dark Tether will be
Streaming,
continuing.
Choral Council streaming Tuesday, 4:30. This is uploading on Friday.
You'll either
If anyone would like to know,
you'll either see it uploaded Friday night or Saturday morning.
should
one
be
of the
Friday
two.
night. Should be no issues. Thank you guys so much for watching this, and I was a lot of fun streaming it. Did you think you would have as much enjoyment out of this as you did?
I didn't have any thoughts going into it, to be honest.
It's very different from what we normally do in D&D.
It's so fun. It's so fun. We had such a good time. I'd watch the heck out of this if you did it with somebody else.
Cool. Thank you guys so much for watching all 7 sessions. We apologize for that month break in the middle. I think we had an incredible, concise story in our hands. Great endings for all those characters, and we're going to further explore them in a more violent time period. It's only going to get harder to stay alive. Take on was 2 health from death.
You know, it would be really fun. I'll say that after, actually. Thank you very much.
And I'll tell you why your father did not want Watt to go to the wall very badly. There's a good reason. There's some history. But we're going to stop streaming. Have a very good night. Please join our Discord and tune in Tuesday for the Choral Council Session 17.
Peace.
Have a good evening.